Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup, the final day of Split 2. We have semi-finals and the grand finals lined up. I hope you guys are ready for it because my name is Lucifer and along with me, Raider, we are pumped for the last day of Split 2. What do you think? Who's going to be our top seeds? Any favorite picks?
I mean, we just started the show and you're asking me tough questions, man. I think from the very first game, it is quite possible that Eternal Fate is going to make their way in the finale. But obviously, it's going to be a challenge. Well, there's one good and jolly thing for all the four teams which have made their way in the semi-finale. That is that they're going to at least have a chance in the LCQ, which will be on 14th of August, if I'm not wrong. So they still have a chance if they lose today. So they have a cushion. But the fact is, if you directly go for the main event, that's again quite better. A lot of teams won't be able to get some good insights from you because every single round that you play on stream, I believe your opponent is already reading it, opponent is already trying to figure it, and they're evolving. As we were talking about it yesterday, guys, that from Split 1 to Split 2, there was a difference of, I guess, 3 to 4 days, but we have seen that desperate evolution in teams and their play style. So that was best part for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Split 1 to Split 2, the change has been the evolution. There's been a lot of, I would say, nitty-gritties that teams have worked on and they've improved. And yesterday's matches itself, in terms of the qualification of the quarterfinals, is where we ended up seeing a tough battle where we did see some teams doing a reverse sweep in the first map. That was insane. The last game that you guys were casting. And again, when we spoke about Hawk versus Insidious, we did see players facing off for the second time, not against each other, but facing in the Finals Community Cup, but here in terms of Split 2. So it has been a heated up competition so far, and we are loving the action so far in round 1, round 2, quarterfinals, and now coming into 2 games of semi-finals and 1 grand finals to decide the seedings of the top 4. And we've been talking about the top 4 for quite a long time, Raider, and that is because of the $10,000 of a prize share that these teams get a chance to put their hands on now. Split 2 doesn't enable that, but being in the top 4 almost gets you closer to it. And the journey so far, the format in front of your screens, where B team level 100 Gyat went to LCQ, and Worst Generation and IND, they jumped directly to the main event of the finals happening next weekend.
With some unconventional approaches, IND indeed made a dent in the play style, but on the high side when it comes to Split 2. Remember guys, we already have our top 4 teams, and now we want to know who are the top 2 teams who are going directly to the finale, the main event, or who are those particular teams who are going to go to the LCQ. But don't be afraid, because in LCQ as well, there will be 4 teams, out of which only 2 teams are going to qualify to the finals, the main event. So it is going to be indeed a pretty big challenge, and the grand finale, the main event, in that the grand finale will be a BO5. So yes, over there obviously we get to see a lot of maps. I'm going to literally enjoy that action. For that, I guess you have to mark your calendars. You have to make sure to follow the socials, which are pretty much linked in the description, so that you can be updated with all the dates. Although we as casters are also going to give you the insights, guys. Remember, today on 11th, yes, we'll mark the end of Split 2 and we'll get to know who are the top 2 teams going directly into the main event. The rest remaining, they will be reserved for 14th of August, where we'll get to see the last chance qualifier, as said earlier. And then, of course, on 16, 17 and 18, the journey of the main event is going to get started. And on 18th, we'll get to know the very first champion, or the very first, the Finals Community Cup.
Yeah, I think very soon we'll get an idea about where the players are going to be standing on. I think so far, in comparison with Split 1 to Split 2 teams, I think still nobody's shown us the capability as close as what IND have done. Yesterday there was a triple heavy setup coming in terms of the build. I'm not too sure which team. I think it was from Helldivers and Horizon in the first map, is it?
In the first map,
It was
there from Helldivers,
we ended up seeing. And it was a last minute pick. They were all going for lights, and all of a sudden both the lights decide to hit on heavy, and it becomes a 3 heavy setup coming through. It's interesting to see that teams have those sneaky setups to kind of maybe put you in a little bit of a spiral of whatever you're thinking. But I really like that teams are trying a lot of vivid approaches here. We have yet to see a full-on light or full-on medium builds coming through. Yesterday we did see a little less of even dematerializers as well in overall comparison, because in ranked games we end up seeing a lot of dematerializer plays coming through, where they completely cause chaos, get the key in, and then start the decryption, all of such things. But so far I've not yet seen such a interesting, sneaky play coming through, but a lot of times defenders themselves leave a side completely open and then everything just falls in defeat. But quickly we'll talk about the 4 teams who are still standing tall and are looking forward to being in the main event. It's going to be Hawk, Lethal Force, Eternal Fate and Helldivers. All the others swept off.
I mean, in the page of that particular scene where we got to see all those amazing teams, 32 teams representing themselves in Split 2, it was basically like the remaining 4 teams were collecting those trophies and now they are in the semi-finals. Remember guys, that's how the battle went on from round 1 to then quarter finale, then to semis, and now finally in the semi-finals we'll get to see how the whole equation goes on. Eternal Fate versus Hawk will be the very first game, I believe, and then we have Lethal Force versus Helldivers to come up with. Look at the schedule guys, it's pretty neat, pretty clean, and it's pretty obvious that today we are going to have a lot of fun as we are going to know who are the 2 finalists for Split 2 of course, and who are going to reach to the marker of the main event. Why main event is very important guys, I guess you have already seen the prize pool of $10,000 is already on stakes. But let's talk about the very first game, Eternal Fate versus Hawk. Well, yesterday, Sam, anything to I guess give us on what Eternal Fate did as you were there in the match?
Both the teams are looking good. Yesterday, both the games I was a part of was Eternal Fate as well as Hawk playing in it. And Eternal Fate and Hawk both have played in Split 1. Unsuccessful there, but this seems to be a successful attempt. Already made it to the top 4. And now it's about the seeding. On the other end, we see Berry, Fragref, to Mr. Shooter. They've been looking forward to not just topping the charts in-game, but also here in the Split 2. On the other end, a very far-powered lineup of Hades, Killua, BT, all of them joining the fray. Now let's see how it works with a Vito in front of his screens, Kyoto, Skyway Stadium and Monaco. Kyoto being the newest, that's going to be an off pick, but otherwise Skyway Stadium and Monaco, if we go to the third map, Monaco, is going to get interesting. But this should be a close game. Fingers crossed, but Hawks seem a little bit heavy on their firepower.
Maybe that's a very good probability because when it comes to Hawk, I guess there are certain individuals who have done, or should I say outdone their opponents when it comes to their light picks. So for that reason, I totally believe your points that yes, maybe Hawk is going to get something crucial in their favor. But Eternal Fate is yet another team who had shown their true colors in Split 1, although they failed. But then again, they are already here in the semis. That means they are at least going to get that chance of LCQ. So that's something which is going to count. But Kyoto, as you rightly said, the newest, but I would like to say the meanest, because this map indeed can turn a lot. So I'm looking forward to see what is going to happen in it. But let's see and have a look at the builds. That's what really matters. Need to know what kind of builds they're going to bring. Pashu on the other corner is going to be there with Lewis Gun and grappling. We have Killua on light, of course. He had outdone himself in previous games. Mostly Boy on a medium. Okay, I'm surprised. But Hades on the other corner is going to get a heavy with a flamethrower and a barrier mesh as his specialization. Interesting approaches from their corner, and let's see what's happening in this game.
On the other end, defenders are 3 lights. This is going to be interesting. This is against the likes of the firepower that I just spoke of what Hawk bring in. But Hawk have changed roles as you were talking about the 2 heavies, right? Today we don't see BT playing the heavy. Yesterday BT was playing that. But today he's playing as a sniper of a light. It's going to be interesting. Let's kick things off. Round 1, Kyoto, Split 2, Semi-finals 1 underway on Kyoto, and this time let's see if the attack is starting off with Hawk. Do find their approach. They're going towards the residences. Let's see if that works for them.
Alright, now this is the time, this is the round that you need to pop off. If you start maintaining that momentum from the very first round, I do truly believe that it is going to put a lot of pressure onto your opponent, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. But look at this, they're going through the shrines, they're going through the buildings, but with the sonar they have been detected. Indeed, they are trying to attack the A terminal so that they can get that decryption started. Won't be an easy one, I believe. But so far, nobody has really showed their presence from the defender side. Eternal Fate still keeping their distance. Okay, finally some shots. Maybe going to get connected, but BT failed to do anything mesmerizing over there. But he still needs to make some good connections with the SR-84. Okay, the fight is underway. We can clearly see the sonar grenades and a lot of AKs, a lot of Lewis guns being activated over there, being used. But so far, decryption has not yet started. He is not there with them. But the very first shot is already onto the players. Parag with that AK definitely damaged, but he himself has been tagged a lot. Oh my god, 1 attacker down, 4 to go.
BT, he was so far from his teammates, no vision because of the villa. And it's getting even more tougher as they've already lost the player and now they have to repair this difference and continue forward. The key is still in control for the Hawk, but can they get in decryption? Oh, nice Winchclaw. We've not seen Winchclaw for a long time now, and he will start the decryption. This is going to be interesting of how the defenders will get things back. They've lost one, but they quickly traded back, getting the numbers back up on. So it is going to be a fight from the defenders' advantage of a 4v3.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be pretty interesting to watch what happens next. But there you go. One more has been picked off. It's all about the last two individuals surviving. Ghostly Boy is also looking quite low and gets eliminated by Tag Rift. But what will happen next? Oh my god. Perry has been picked off. Hilwa, he was a champ yesterday. Can he perform, or should I say outmaneuver his opponents today? Has to get ahead and get that interruption for the decryption. Glitch Trap. No, it's not looking easy. He has been detected. His position is pretty clear. But as you can see, they were trying to get that interruption done. It's not going to happen that easily. Last man standing, Kilwa has spotted and he goes down. Last few seconds to go with. Can he get that interruption done?
I think he has it.
I think, yeah, barely. Like just 1 second could be remaining. And he saves the day.
There you go.
There you go. Eternal Fate winning the very first one.
It takes 6 to 7 seconds. Unfortunate, Killua was caught on a straight on that balcony of the villa. In case he could have found a window through jump 2, he could have survived and got that round for Hawk. Otherwise, Eternal Fate almost losing this at a 3v1 to a 1v1 would have been a big blunder. But with this, Eternal Fate do get that first defenders round. Now, defenders need to start getting round. Otherwise, it's going to be easier for the attackers, because after the initial 3 rounds, things will switch and the defenders, so-called, will become attackers, and attackers will have trouble. If the coming defenders switch half, they'll have better numbers, and I'm pretty sure with this, Eternal Fate have kind of changed the tide for now. But BT and a fight on this end, and it is going to be BT winning it. Both of them looked through each other's scopes, but it was BT's headshot to finish off the light on the defense.
Oh my god, that was a mean headshot coming in. One guy down, 4 more to go. Jump pads neutralized, but okay, this was interesting. Go through. What are you trying to do? Playing on a medium, gets spotted and instantaneously gets taken down. But the decryption has been started. Look at the barricades being utilized. Blue wall already there in the center. So yes, they won't be able to utilize that point to play with. I've got the canisters 3v3 already, but still need to get that interruption into the picture. I don't think so it's going to be easy, but they really need to pick up the pace. Otherwise, the timer is going to run low. And every time you can't really save the day with just 1 second remaining onto the table. As we can see, it's a slow start from their corner. They are indeed putting up some damages, but we have proximity mines over here, which are also putting a lot of off pressure. But I guess this round is somehow out of the equation. Any comments on that?
It is. Wait, defenders are actually going off board, and now this is what happens. If both the defenders go out, it can be difficult, but the attackers, they are making it happen. It's up to the last one. He needs to survive the next 9 seconds. It didn't happen, and Hawk clear them off with a mean flamethrower coming through. That is going to be to equalize at 1-1 before the last round of the half.
Well, the problem out here is the builds that these guys have got. I mean, 3 lights on defense. I truly believe that they are looking forward to get that attack round in their favor, because of course the sides are going to switch after this one. I think at that point, maybe Eternal Fate is going to pop off and they're going to pick some good rounds in the name, because when it comes to the defender side, I don't think so 3 lights and 2 mediums are going to get that job done. Specifically 3 lights that they have got. Portal is going to get activated. They're going to utilize it to get ahead into the picture. But they didn't really travel a lot of distance, I guess.
Yeah, I think maybe there was a mistake of a click, or I'm not too sure. Maybe it was too quick for us. The light has already progressed further, but for now, let's see if this last round Eternal Fate will be able to pull it back. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. 1 heavy, 1 medium and 3 lights is a cause for concern. And now with a terminal in the forest, this is a nice terminal position to be in. You can start burning the whole forest itself, or maybe indulging in a fight while drawing them closer, and that's what's happened. Attackers have already gotten closer to the forest. They are on the terminal. It's just the key that they have to plan. They were about to do it, but they get spotted by Eternal Fate. But there's still no exchange. But finally the decryption gets started with the help of a dome, and the spray comes way too late. But Fragment is right behind the enemy, and it is of no use as they lose their first defense, already weak now.
Walks right into the spray. They really need to interrupt, but as we can see, the RPG-7 is going to enact charge and slam activated, but nothing valuable so far. Eternal Fate As soon as they started to push in, they have been taken down. It's already a 2-1 coming into the picture. So far, Hawk has got that advantage in the name, but I think now the sides are going to switch. Of course, the sides are going to switch, but literally, when it comes to also the leaderboard, I think sides are going to switch in this particular scenario because those three lights can really be a menace. Of course, they are a bit squishy with 150 HP in their name. The attack has to be a little bit more composed from the corner. They have to be sneaky with their attacks. And if that's something that they can work on, I truly believe that maybe Eternal Bird is going to come back from here to be precise.
Half's done. Round switched. Ziplines being broken here. And the Hawks seem like they want this to be a stronghold. And I really like the approach this time what they've done in the terminal of Pavilion is completely destroyed and brought it out in the open. Not just in the open of the lower ground, right? They've brought it into the open of everybody able to watch it through the mini ponds around. And it will make it a difficult approach for the side of Eternal Fate. Fragrift already spotted. He's been hit pretty bad. Somehow managed to survive with 50, but it's going to get tough, and that's the reason they look forward to hitting B rather than A and going to the house. Let's see if that works for them, because it is just going to keep getting difficult and difficult. Now from here, the key going around, BT looks like he might have had the sight of it here, Raider, but he's still not sure. But finally the key's been spotted. His teammates have called it, using the evasive dash, trying to make justice of a quick movement, but the defenders, they lose their first. But look at how close BT is. He didn't spot the other player on the roof right next to him, and both of them not seeing. Finally Frag Rift, he does turn around, sends off a bullet, but BT was quicker and he takes advantage with the low health Frag Rift. The first one on the attackers also 4, back to a 4v4.
Oh, with the flow going in the down era, and there you go. I believe it's an easy takedown over there, but it's 2v3 for now. Oh, definitely losing a bunch of them own player. They need to step in at this point. Decryption yet to be started. Okay, it's all trickling down to what BT can do. A light. He can enact. He can be quick, and he did indeed. Took that guy who was trying to start the decryption. Now it all trickles down to the last man standing. What will happen? Is it a light? Yes, indeed, it's a light. It's Mr. Shooter versus BT. Has to go ahead and get that decryption started. But here comes the flank. He can be sneaky with his approach. And he indeed enact on it. Precision is on par. BT, if I'm not wrong, was there with a 1v3 and he clutched indeed the round for the team. They're already on the match point. The start was definitely good from Eternal Fate, but look at the way BT summed it up.
Killua had an opportunity, he brought it down to a 1v1. BT had an opportunity, he brings it down to a 1v1 and also clutches it. Hawk on a winning stretch for now, because with this third point that they've got in map point is there for them, and if they win this, it's going to be match point in the next map, so they're for sure going to try for that. BT ready with his portal. Let's see if he's going to get closer to the opponents. He did not use the gateway yet. So he's just running across, thought of getting a jump on the tower, but he decides that he'll be spotted out in the open, rather walking across the river ponds and then moving. But what a position for BT to hold. He spots the whole lot of Eternal Fate running towards his end, uses the portal, tries to run away, but he was walking on a straight stretch, and that stretch gets stretched far too long for his elimination.
Oh yeah, the damage was on par. 4v5. Slow approaches needs to be there. Now they need to compose. They're trying to wrap them from the edges of the map. And once they do it, I believe they can easily find some individuals off guard. But of course, catching them off guard is not going to be easy. From the rooftops, we have Mr. Shooter, the light on XP, who is pretty precisely looking forward to get that insight on where the decryption key is. On the hindsight, Hades play, the heavy on the rooftop has got the RPG-7 activated. And he gets some good picks. Let's wait and watch. The players are regrouping. We already have a 3-5. Flamethrower in the hand. Nothing valuable will be coming through from here. Look at the trees falling out. A lot of connections probably. But no value so far for the sides of Hawk.
Sonar on both the ends being thrown across. They have positions known, and Ghostly Boy spots one. He used the zipline, crossed into the house, but look at Berry right behind the enemy. XP 54, brings it down to a super low, and he should be able to seal the deal. Tries his best, but it was a heavy. It took some time. His teammate finally assisted him, but the decryption is started. Hawk, they're the defending ones. They've already lost 3 players, and this is time for a retake. It's going to be even tougher for them. Hades is there. It's going to be a heavy and medium retake coming through. With the mesh, they're walking ahead. But where is the terminal? The terminal was dragged out in the open. They themselves did that, and now they have to go retake a terminal which is out in the open, and it's getting tougher for them. And they don't know where or how to make an approach happen. And now both of them are stuck and 20 seconds on the clock. They have already drained the clock to near timer right now. With the positions known, damage being sent across, it doesn't seem like Hawk have anything in control, but still trying the best. His Hades will be swept off in his attempt of stopping the decryption. And with that, the failed attempt is going to be successful for Eternal Fate, as there is no time for Ghostly Boy to do anything other than eliminations. He does take 2, but that's the round. It's going to be 2 for Eternal Fate.
Well, look at it. Slowly, Eternal Fate is once again trying to come back into the picture. Would be absolutely amazing if we see the tiebreaker round as well, which will be the 7th one. But we have Temple and Admin coming as the, if I'm not wrong, terminals. So let's see what will happen this time. Eternal Fate on attack. So far, only 1 round is something that they have got. And we have just seen 2 rounds when it comes to Eternal Fate in their attack side. But let's see if this is the round where they can pull through. They really need to tie this equation so that we go down to the tiebreaker rounds once again through the buildings. Slowly making their approach. But I believe the lights from the other corner will be lurking on the rooftops, searching for them, getting some good SR-84 shots onto the skull. But I think so far, what a flank that is. Oh my god, he's already getting that info. If I'm not wrong, that's BT. Yeah, connects 1. His position is also revealed, needs to back out. This kind of overcommitment can be very pricey for him, and finally, I think he's backing out.
They still know his position. They're trying to chase him off. But it seems like he's found a safe spot. But BT's been doing that for quite some time, and that could also be one of the reasons where Hawk are in trouble, where the fight already gets initiated. Attackers and defenders simultaneously lose 1. That was a trade coming through. But it was a nice attempt from the defenders to overreach, overstep, and kind of win over a duel. BT only good for 1, but now Killua, he's also alive. He has an XP as well, and this is going to be annoying. And there you go, not just an XP, an AK is also going to work out. Heavies, Lewis will also work with them, finding another elimination. Attackers in trouble. Frag Ref. He spotted a player, damage being sent off, but nothing successful again. The Lewis gun coming in from Pashu, not just has spotted the player, but even the key RPG going out from Hades. This is a trouble. They're spotting the key, he's using the mesh, he knows they cannot fight with him, and now he takes the flamethrower. Can he find an opportunity? Jumps a little off, but he is chasing. RPG being used. Hades loses barely some health. Charge and slam coming through, but he dodges all of it, uses the mesh, recovers, but it was not good enough. Quick exchanges again, back to a 2v2 situation. Berry and Flix, they have to find a way, otherwise this is going to be Hawk closing the map off. They bring it to a 1v1 situation. It's all down to Killua. He did not manage to clutch the round in the first half. Can he do it here in the last to close the map itself? Light versus light.
He needs to get it done, otherwise they will go to the tiebreaker. But even before that, we can clearly see that it's not that easy for the other guy as well. With the cloak now activated, okay, he can be sneaky with this approach. Indeed he is. Will he swing? Will he get it done? The timer, okay, that's it guys, I believe. It's done. Yep. Hawk is going to win. There was no time. And without any efforts, I believe Killua just showed his presence. Just made sure that the pressure is there from the opponent. And that's it.
What a game. I think Eternal Fate made Hawk sweat in the first map. It almost looked like Hawk could have run away with it. But the way it functioned, Hawk were able to kind of fight with them. Looked like Eternal Fate were about to push it to a decider, but nonetheless it was Hawk's map pick, and Hawk do manage to close it. Eternal Fate from here, Eternal Fate have to from here look forward to the next map, and the next map is going to be Skyway Stadium, as we already spoke about. The matchup looks good. We were initially skeptical about the 3 lights that they brought in, but it worked, Raider. It did work, especially on the attack, where they were able to trade a lot off immediately. Bash against bash, power against power, and the DPS advantage that they took with the lights gave them an advantage a lot of the times. Even in this last game, if not for the time, if they didn't pay attention to it a little earlier, maybe this could have been a 3-3.
Well, I really thought it was going to be a 3-3 equation, but the way it all started, as you rightly said, initially Eternal Fate losing their first one, and after that, of course, they were kind of helpless because they were getting shot down from the rooftops. They can't really do anything because they were barrier mesh activated, and if you try to fight with it, of course, you're going to receive a lot of damage yourself. So it was not a very wise decision. So I guess the way still the game played on after that scenario, I guess it was still good. I thought maybe still Eternal Fate is going to clutch in, but at the end, the timer and Killua with that presence of himself into the picture, he actually made sure that the pressure is going to be on, and that's how the timer ran out. So at the end, yes, we have the winning team. That is going to be, of course, Hawk. But let's talk about the MVP, BG, on a light. This guy definitely was quite heavy against his opponent. 7 elimination, 1 assist, and 4 deaths in, if I'm not wrong, 6 rounds, and a total combat score of 4,319.
You have to give kudos to BT. I think he was so quick on his heels using the movement of the light that he was almost close to the spawn point of the attackers. He was running right towards them, and you could see as they are trying to tread upon the roof, BT is already sending shots away, and he was better than the opponent sniper Frag Rift over there. So the competition was on point coming in from BT, especially with a switch up of the role compared to yesterday. Yesterday he was on heavy, today he's on a light, and he's functioning so well on a sniper, pulls off a 1v3 clutch, pulls off the initial damage that was necessary, causing trouble on the side of the Eternal Fate. 7 eliminations, 4,319 combat score coming in, and along with him helping was again Ghostly Boy. He was also the MVP yesterday, coming in with 6 eliminations today.
The nickel of the performances are coming through from Hawk. They really need to pick up the pace as they have already won the first map. All they need is just one more map in the name, and they will be directly going straight up into the main event, and that's exactly what everybody is looking for. Now the question is, what will the other guys do? That means Team Eternal Fate. They are also quite an amazing team, but as you can see, Frag Rift, one of the most, I guess, valuable individuals so far, has not been that effective in this previous map. Kyoto, as I rightly said, was a very big upset for them. They were close, but the way Eternal Fate played in even Split 1 and also in Split 2 so far in quarter finale, it definitely showed that they can even do much more of a damage onto their opponent. Hades plays for the same sake from Hawk is also lacking behind. I totally believe that these individuals can pop off. The next map is going to be one of those most big map, Skyway Stadium. So it's going to be very interesting to watch how they try to evolve in that sense. But now let's look at the combat score comparison, and here also you can see Frag Rift is miles away.
Yeah, I think Frag Rift just fell off this map. It was not his. He was not activated. He needed a wake-up call or a starter map. So we will expect a little better coming in from his end. But I think it's also the quick heals of BT which kind of threw him off board. So he was unable to take the dance of what BT was able to do. But for now, that was the first map, and also it was Hawk's pick. So you should think about them having more control. And that's what happened. They had better control overall in Kyoto. Now it's Skyway Stadium. It's the choice of Eternal Fate. They should be more comfortable. But the one disadvantage is, again, as usual, every map veto that we see, that everybody so far just chooses a defense to start things off, because yes, that proves an advantage, because you're going to be able to put down your gadgets, fight with the advantage of your gadgets making the noises for you or giving you the cue of something decryption is happening. But now we'll wait and watch it, because this is going to be a decider if you're going to go to the decider or not, Raider.
Agreed with your points. I was trying to decipher what was happening over there, but eventually I turned my mic off. I'm really sorry about that, guys. But yeah, looking forward to see what happens. Is it going to be a deciding moment for bringing that decider or not? That's what we want to know, guys. Skyway Stadium is definitely going to be quite challenging. And I think Hawk, they need to pick up the pace. They know that they have won the very first map, but as you rightly said, maybe that was just a waking call for individuals like Frag Rift. If he starts to pop off, I think even Killua is going to have run for his money, because we have seen how capable this individual is in the Split 1 and also in Split 2. In quarter finale, in round 1, we have seen what his capabilities of. Ghostly Boy, no doubt, he's also quite phenomenal when we talk about Hawk. Not just that, if we talk about some other individuals like BT, who was definitely the MVP, also equally well built. Quite a beautiful amount of performance came through from his corner. But today I can clearly see that the roles are changing. The heavies are playing on lights, or mediums are going for lights, or lights are going for heavies. So that's pretty interesting. I mean, you're trying to step up, you're trying to put something different against your opponent, which is actually working. So kudos to that, Hawk.
Yeah, I think this is very much necessary as we evolve with the game. We've been talking about this quite often because this game is not as simple as people would think. Just
Exactly.
point, go to a terminal, get the key in, and it all started. Look at this. They've thrown the key in the void, and all of a sudden, voila, it's back again in their hands. And that's what happens if a player falls in the void. They're going to be put to rest, but not the key. The key is going to be active as long as it takes to get towards the terminal, start the decryption in the terminal points. But is there a chance? Eternal Fate this time start off an attack. It's their map. Let them survive is what we would be thinking of. But Hawk will have other thoughts, and especially Hawk that I've already seen them playing with a Winch Claw. I did not get an option to kind of check what their build this time is. I do see a Mesh Shield coming through. We'll see Mesh Shield was already there from Hades, but there is another Pashu coming through who is going to be, I think, wielding a Winch Claw, but this is a heavy hold on construction alone with the other terminal being towards the offices. A little bit of a trouble. I'm worried right now, and as I said, there is the Winch Claw on Pashu.
This is going to be interesting, but they have spotted the key, and the key with the jump pad is already coming their way. Need to know what is going to happen over here. Pashu and Hades on the heavy. Other two are the lights, and then we talk about, I guess, one more individual who's there on medium. But talking about the composition from Eternal Fate, they are also playing on a very interesting composition to be precise. But where are they going to really go ahead and get that attack done? Hawk on the defense, going through the rooftops with the flamethrower in the hand. This is going to be fun to watch. Parag with the medium. We have Flix on the heavy, and that's the only heavy that they have got. Three lights. I don't know what is this approach. I think this is a very attack heavy approach that you are trying to get with Eternal Fate. In the previous round it was not favorable. This one you need to make it possible, but we have already a loss from Team Hawk. Heavy Hades play, still holding the barrier, but nothing effective is going to happen. Decryption has been sorted. If you fall out of the equation, but I think it's a tough one for Hawk to recover.
Kilowatt trying to chase the player who had dropped to mere health, but he could not spot him. Eventually spotted somebody else who was on full health, and the battle did not go as intended. But he's still trying to strike. Uses, I think, the stun over there. And yes, he was able to stun the player, but not enough to indulge in the battle. He was not close enough. Eternal Fate are still winning this. It's all down to Kilowatt. Guardian Turret spots him, and now this has gone down because there's no opportunity. The opening, the side of Eternal Fate brought from there itself, they started the decryption, and now time's ticking. 20 seconds on the clock. Kilowatt in a 1v3 again. Last time he did manage to pull it off. He did close the map itself, but now can he win it? He goes in with the XP, but the time's ticking. There's going to be only 10 seconds. He needs 6 to 7 seconds to get that decryption to a stop, but nothing happens, and Eternal Fate get the first, and that's on the attack. And this is why we said teams have evolved to a position where they're winning rounds on the attacker's side.
And look at the composition, as I rightly said in the Kyoto as well, they had that composition where the attack heavy composition can work out. They have 3 lights to work with, 1 medium and just 1 heavy to absorb and tank off all those damages that are coming through. So they really need to push along the way. Those lights can actually flank out a bit in the map and then get some good X factor onto the players and get that element of surprise against their opponent. So that can work out, and actually it did in the previous round, but obviously the following rounds are going to tell us what kind of a storyline we are going to talk about, because there is a very good possibility that maybe Hawk is going to bounce back. As far as Hawk is concerned, 2 lights, 2 heavies and 1 medium. It's again a very, I guess, opportunistic build that they are trying to go with. Portals being utilized, moving in is going to be very effective. Let's see what happens next, guys. They are having that trigger discipline for now, checking out all the places. Berry going close, getting the info, and the whole A has totally been, I guess, capitalized by the lads of Team Hawk.
Hades is using that mesh shield, I feel, a little too early. Because of that, he's giving away his position, letting know one of the heavies where are they playing. And because of that, look at immediate turnaround coming through Suchiru. They're jumping towards the shed side of it, but because the fight is coming in from Hawk on the roof of offices, they're able to still keep spraying them. The gateway, I think, got closed now, and therefore the gateway that was initially put off is not going to be of any use. Shooters been spotted out in the open, but they're still challenging these officers and not going to shed. There is the Guardian turret, but quick with the help of the light, they destroy the turret within a jiffy. But Right is now bursting it, used an RPG to destroy a floor, but it was not a successful attempt. The terminal nor the player were brought down, and now they are trying to get and start the decryption. There it goes. Trouble here for Hawk the second time, but this time it's still a 5v5.
It's again pretty early, to be honest, when it comes to this whole approach. Decryption has been started, but finally, as you can see, 2 down, 3 to go. They need to get that interruption done and dusted, but even before that, they need to clear off the turrets that are there and also the individuals who are guarding that terminal. Let's see if it is going to work out. They have got the RPG-7 activated in the hand. 2 down, actually 3 down to be precise. Dropping the terminal down so that the turrets won't do anything. And now dome shields. 2 dome shields, 1 barrier miss. What is happening? They're totally controlling the whole equation, and it all trickles down to this. The defenders will be able to interrupt the decryption, and with that, it's 1-1. It means the attack this time failed.
I think this was just the positioning coming in from Eternal Fate. You saw once they got the decryption key in, they got stuck in the environment, whether there was the finals boxes around or the crates or just the environment walls around, and from there on they did not have a proper positioning because the floors were also getting destroyed from Hawk. That was good thought coming through. As of now, Pashu, you see the experience coming in. A lot of people just throw the explosive canister, but you can see him, he's pulling it back even after throwing it. That makes the initial opening of like pushing it out, and Pashu drags it out in the open. This is going to be even more tougher, and he is just going to make a mess of things where the terminal cannot be used, and he's trying to push it as far as possible closer to the A terminal, and now he's also putting down the APS, making sure that the explosives around it just get captured rather than being burst and trying to trouble people.
I would like to say brilliant setup coming in from Pashu, getting that terminal wide open so that even if they go ahead and get that decryption started, I mean, for starting that decryption, they're going to face a lot of challenge, but once they do it, I guess that could backfire on Pashu as well, because at that point, the terminal would be wide open. But look at this light, receiving a lot of damage, but their barrier mesh is going to save all of that. No decryption yet. They are looking forward to get an opportunity. Hawk on the inside as the defenders. They are making sure that they don't give that opportunity. They don't give that space to their opponents. The key is right over there. Yeah, exactly. The terminal is wide open on the streets.
They've put motion sensors as well. I mean, even if they don't have vision of the terminal, they can still know what might happen around, and that's the reason they have a heavy hold coming in towards the A terminal. BT spotted through the window, damage exchanged on both the ends, no elimination so far. The key is still in that building, and finally with the cloak the player comes through. The assist is going to be there, but he'll be finally swept off. Bullets missed big time from Ghostly. The player was on mere health. Now Flex tried his jump but messed up and falls down again, so it's going to be a hard climb for him to go up. In the meantime, Ghostly boy repositions, his position is known now, tries to use the grenade, misses the chance, and now he throws it and bounces next to himself. But the players are holding still in the same positions next to that final boxes. But now 1v1 fight with a heavy versus a heavy. Hades pulls the mesh shield and no push of the damage coming through. Then Hades himself jumps, making this game in favor of Hawk. Of this first half, 2 rounds for them, and sides are going to switch. Hawk are going into attack.
But let's just say defense side went in the favor of Hawk, but the question is how would they attack? What are they going to do? Because Pashu, yes, the setup from his corner was absolutely amazing, but now the question is what will they do when it comes to the sides being switched? And I think the best part over here is going to be how precise of a play Eternal Fate is going to build. As they are now on the defense side, they can easily set up, and they've learned a lot. To be honest, what Pashu did, I guess that is obviously going to be insight for us casters, for all the audience that are watching. The way he kind of panned out and eventually used those canisters, first of all, to push out that particular terminal, which was, if I'm not wrong, the B terminal outside the building. And after that, the whole setup with motion sensors, the sonar grenades, was something amazing. Now, that's how brilliant of a game the finals is. It's all about your articulations, your, way of putting up a good setup so that you can put that pressure onto your opponent. And Pashu did it quite well.
Yeah, it's not a new thing, but I think we were missing here in the Indian circuit to players using it. And Pashu finally made use of it. We were talking about Winchclaw being used against the lights and then coming in at close range with the spears or the sledgehammers, which yet here in Split 2 we have not seen so far. I'm looking forward to that fight of even more closer ranged weapons. For now, there is, yes, flamethrower on either ends that we did see for a couple of games. Hades is just maining the flamethrower and he's just burning rounds in favor of Hawk rather than for the opponents, and it's working out good. I was initially worried because he's using mesh shield anytime that he has an opportunity. Just presses the Q, mesh shields up, and he's just letting even the opponents know. I thought might be a little too much of an information already being given away even before the players get closer to the site, but I finally understood that his intentions are to scare them. Do not get closer to the terminals where I am staying, because if they try to get closer to him, they have to first break down the mesh, and after breaking that down, he has a flamethrower to act upon it, which is an even more menacing thing, which will cause trouble for them. So good setup so far coming in from Hawk, made the defense work really well. But on the comprehended opposite side of things, I think Eternal Fate also started off really strong. You saw them pulling off that first round. They used the environment in their advantage, but I think later rounds, rather than trying to use the environment for their advantage, a lot more utilization of the environment was being done from Hawk, and that's the reason even before they got closer to those terminals, it was just a little bit of a brawl coming in to fight for getting closer.
I personally believe that with the competition that Eternal Fate is trying to play with those three lights, I think yes, it was good for them in the attack rounds. I doubt that they're going to have that much of an advantage in their defenses, because again, light is pretty squishy. Yes, you get that maneuverability, you get those fast-paced action to play with, but then again, if you receive one particular shot, you're already quite low. And if it is a light from the other corner, if it is that one of those SR84 action that we talk about usually, you're going to be quite low. And on the hindsight, as you rightly said, the barrier mesh, I think there is another use of that particular barrier mesh that the individuals are using in a very right way, and that is completing it with the lights or the mediums, because when the barrier mesh is activated, yes, they are trying to protect them. They're trying to set up a very good angles from which light can pop off from the cover and then shut the opponent down. So that was the best part for me, even though, yes, it's one of those equations when you're trying to give your position away, but at the same point, you are provoking the opponent to come out in open. And at that point, the other guys can easily get that value. So I think, yes, the mind games that are definitely coming in from Hawk.
Also, I'm pretty sure our viewers are wondering, why are these casters back up on our screens? We wanted to watch the game. We have a quick update. There seems to be a little bit of a technical trouble for Eternal Fate. They seem to be having a little bit of an internet trouble. The world of internet does provoke a little bit of a hassle that you have to troubleshoot and get back into the game. So we should be jumping back very soon. We are just waiting for a producer to give us an update about it. The game's paused. You do not have to worry. You're not losing any action time of the finals, because we ourselves do not want to miss it. This is especially the semi-finals one. Now with Hawk already one step closer, they're already leading this half while they started into attack. And if they're able to close it, they're the ones who are going to go into the grand finals, meaning they will be fighting for the top 2 seeds, but they have their slot in the main event. Whereas on the other contrary, it is going to be a team of Eternal Fate who will still be in the top 4, but unfortunate that they have to go to the LCQ, play it out on the 14th of August, and then try their way to get back into the top 6. Top 6 is what teams are now fighting for, because at this point the split 1's done, so open single elim brackets are done, and on top of it split 2, that's done. And now, I mean, done in the sense we have our top 4, so there's no what do you say, surprise,
no going back to
what is that term? Sometimes I just keep forgetting terms. What is it if somebody out of the blue just shows up, you pull off a team, you give them a chance?
No wild card?
Yes, no wild card. Thank you so much for the help, Raider. That's the reason you do not do solo tests, right? You need another caster to help you around. So Raider, thank you so much for that. We don't have a wild card. Nobody's going to be jumping and causing in trouble. It is going to be the 4 teams here who are playing right now. The 4 teams from split 1 fighting a total of 8, but only top 6, meaning the 4 teams who are going to be going into LCQ, only 2 will make it out.
That all of discussions have already been done by us casters. Now let's see what the implementations are there from the gamers, from the champs, from those individuals who have made their way in the semis. And this is the semi-finale one that we're talking about, guys. This could be probably the end of Eternal Fate's reign of terror for the main event. Yes, they will still be there for the LCQ if they lose this one, but the question is, will they make their way? Will they come back? Will they bring in the decider map as well in the name or not? That's what we want to know. Now Hawk and their attack. Okay, bit
you were just talking
aggressive.
About this. Look at this mesh shield and then him blocking, making use of Ghostly Boy to spray through it. They use a glue wall. canister, but it's not enough. The terminal B has already been broken. They've taken control of it, but seems like they threw a lot of glitches here. Players are stuck, and with that, the advantage Eternal Fate take up. They put 2 players down, but they also lose 2 of theirs, along with one now a 1v1 duel. Killua trying his best, tries to win but fails, and now it's down to one last player, BT, who is playing on a sniper. And this map does give you a chance of playing snipers, but if you're in the offices, it's not going to be easy, and that's the advantage that Eternal Fate take in their defense and equalize score, even though the lead was in favor of Hawk while they ended the half.
Well, once again, the lights were the behemoths. Talk about Mr. Shooter, talking about Fragrev, talk about Berry. The way he played was something amazing. Now the question is, with this 2-2 scoreline, who will get the next 2 rounds in the name? I think Eternal Fate really need to pick up the pace at this point, and the way they were able to retaliate in the previous round was amazing. The start was good from Hawk, as the way they played and the way they infiltrated the terminal was something good. But at the end, as you rightly said, the glitch traps, it was a pain. And obviously, this is Skyway Stadium. You can't drop out from the building, because if you do that, you're done and dusted for that round. So for that reason, they had to just be cornered. Actually, they were pretty cornered, to be honest. For me personally, that's what I was able to look at. So being cornered in that particular equation actually costed them round. Now they should, I guess, figure out a different approach so that they can win. Portal being activated, going to use it to pass out and eventually get some good view, put some angle in their favor so that they can go ahead and get the decryption started.
Uses the gateway, all the players start jumping in because the position was known as they were walking across the alleyway, and because of that you can see all the players from the defenders side of Eternal Fate are moving to the A terminal. Now the attackers have maybe gotten closer with the key, but they're still not right at the terminal's position to start the decryption, so it'll take some time. BT is scouting around to figure out where the positions are. His teammates trying to destroy the buildings, but the defender's already ready. One person, Berry, stepped a little ahead of things, and therefore he got eliminated in an instant. And now there's more. Fragriff is trying to run, uses the canister of the goo, and survives for now.
Well, for now, as you can see, he's trying to go through the stairs and he's trying to get some good picks if it's possible. Being on a light, you can't really go for a head-on collision with a individual. You really need to pick up those element of surprises, and then only you can get that upper hand. But for now, guys, we can consider the timer as well. But one more down, 3 more to go. The flamethrower in close angles can be a menace. Now it's all coming down to the shooter and pick. Both of them are actually in a very troublesome situation, and now Heavy is done and dusted. It all falls down to this guy who's a light. Glitch Trap has made it possible for him to get detected. I don't think so. It's something that they can work with, but I think decryption has to be started pretty early. Okay, now they have taken down the last guy. No need to get the decryption started. You have done it already.
Yeah, this time you could see clearly that there was a waiting game coming in from Hawk, where they waited for the opportunity, slowed things down. Even though they were at the terminal and they had the key close by, they knew players from Eternal Fate kept pushing them, and they made sure that they were sending out suppressive fire. Worked. They're going to be running in with the lead right now, and this lead is just not going to be a lead in round. It's going to be a match point for them. So if they win here, this is going to be a done deal. Eternal Fate do not get eliminated, but they're stuck in the bottom 4.
This is troublesome. Walk with a match point definitely indeed is going to be a very big pressure, as this is just not the match point, it's also the series point that we are talking about for Team Hawk. Now having with this kind of pressure, I think Eternal Fate really need to pick up the pace. They are on defense, but once again I would like to just criticize their build that they have got. On lights you can't really do much when it comes to those head-on fights, but still Flix being the only heavy along with the Parag, he's still trying to make sure that they stop their opponent. They do not let that decryption get started pretty early, because if that happens the pressure will be on. Again with the key, they are moving in towards the B terminal, and it's a possible attack from the corner. So let's see if they're going to move in and get it done.
One towards the market, one towards the residence is where the terminal points are. BT playing from the rooftop, but he's unable to spot anybody. But finally it looks like they had spotted him. Big damage coming in, barely survives at 50. There were a couple of bullets sent up. It could have been an opportunity. Barely spotted a entirety of a heavy load of heavy Hawk. With this time, even attackers start off the decryption, so it is time for the retake 5v5, and the first one falls. Make it a second on the attackers as well, and Eternal Fate want to push this to a decider, at least in Skyway Stadium. They're not giving Hawk to close it right now, and with this, even they're stopping the decryption. None of the attackers are close by, and with this, the decryption gets stopped, and it is going to be Eternal Fate pushing it to the 7th round. This is the first time in between them, but they know what they're fighting for. Sides again get switched to the tiebreaker. But can this work out? Let's wait and watch as the attackers, who are defenders in this tiebreaker round, have to attack. Look forward to the terminal, which is at wards and IT, meaning the offices again.
This is going to be challenging. So I guess when it comes to those office terminals, you can't really go with those SR84 connections. Need to have that XP54 in the hands when it comes to those lights. And I can clearly see Tiger playing on it has got those dashes, evasive dashes available. Not just that, I believe the other two individual lights that they have got are also going to bring some good flanks. Now this is where the composition of Team Eternal Fate is going to work probably. They need to get this one down in their favor so that they can bring that decider map as well. That's the only approach that they are left with, otherwise they will be there in LCQ. But once again, AD is going to do the same stuff. Has given the presence, has shown his presence, and now the players are already pushing in, punching in. Some shots being made already, damages are coming through, but they are going straight towards B terminal, but the key is far away.
Seems like Eternal Fate have had a hit. One of their players have been dropped lower than 100. Now they will be able to recover, but I think that's the heavy. Not yet sure, but we will see very soon. It seems like there's been a lot of exchanges, and now they're trying to get closer to Hades. Hades is using his mesh, protecting his teammates, and they're trying to move in. They burst it from the doors. They try to stop the decryption from happening, but it couldn't have been stopped. Eternal Fate had all their forces, and they start the decryption at the B terminal. Now it's time for the retake. Is there an opportunity? They've closed all the fronts to move ahead. If they want to get closer, they have to burn down everything, break the walls, and then go get closer. And it is not working out. They've put down a lot of traps, and this is draining the time down to the last 30 seconds. And Hawk, if they lose this, we are going into the decider map.
Oh, this is not looking easy. Hawk already losing one of their own, but they retaliate. Frag Rift have been picked off. Hades plays, the heavy has been challenged. BT, the light has also been contested. With the AK, we might find one more, if it's possible. Goes in for a reload, 3v3 altogether. They are indeed going for the interruption. Can they get it done? I think it's pretty possible, but the timer, and not just that, the last man was also contested. With that, guys, yes, we are going for the decider. This is actually the best start for the semi-finale in Split 2. And the way Eternal Fate came back into the picture, that's amazing.
Yeah. They, rather than going in head-on to fight the players of Hawk, they decided, let's play the objective, went towards the terminal, got the decryption started in their attacking sides, and in their defensive ends as well. They knew that they have to play for the objective rather than for the fights, and it worked out really well. They played for the objective, waited for the attackers to go and start the decryption, and as soon as they started the decryption, they had already surrounded Hawk, and because of that, Hawk never were able to stabilize themselves post the decryption started. And now it is going to be going into decider, so we are going to be heading to Monaco, where there is level land but a lot of high rises, and this does make a nest for the snipers to play around. There's Frag Rift on one end, Killua, BT who's already been doing, where Killua switched to the SMG. It's going to go off on an interesting decider. Also a fight for the snipers. Who's the best?
Oh yeah, we need to know that, who is going to be on par. But honestly, when it comes to Monaco, you just have that crane to play with those high-res equations to get that Devil's Eye type of equation, to be honest. But that whole area, the whole crane is wide open, and that's exactly why not a lot of approaches from that crane comes through. But there is a possibility that the players are going to still utilize the rooftops from which they can actually penetrate and eventually get some good picks. BT on one particular side has done a lot. Killua, he has been phenomenal as well. But Ghostly Boy, if you talk about that individual, he's also quite fun to watch. I mean, there are certain individuals who have actually saved the day for their teams, but Eternal Fate, the way they have bounced back, that's again something to learn, read from. And with this kind of competition, which is getting criticized every now and then, just like IND, these guys are also bringing in something unusual. IND goes in for 3 heavies, these guys are going for 3 lights, so they are approaching a lot more on their maneuverability, a lot more on their aim as well, because when you are rotating that much, when you are moving that fast, the aim has to be precise, aim has to be pretty on point. But let's talk about the aim guy, the MVP. It is going to be Mr. Shooter from Team Eternal Fate. 7 limbs, 6 assists, just 3 deaths.
I think we've been talking about Shooter a lot. He is a phenomenal player, reaching the ranks of the best and proving himself as one of the best contestants in the finals, proving the worthiest. And he's putting up a competition here against every other team. 7 eliminations, as you rightly said. Combat score of 5,000 plus does tell you that he was trying his best to push through, making sure that their team would push it to the decider. And now with the decider being Monaco, and as I said, it is going to be a level ground. Comparing Kyoto as well as Skyway Stadium, there's a lot of ups and downs in terms of the terrain. There are hilly regions, then there is a lot of roadways in between. There's a lot of paths which you have to go take a dive in and then again climb back, may go airtime a lot of the times. Whereas in Monaco, it's a level playing field, no shenanigans. You play with the jump pads if you have as a gadget, otherwise you try to use the zip lines, and if they're destroyed, find some other way to get on the roof. But along with Shooter, it's Parag, Berry, Flix and Fragrift, who did have a better game compared to the single elimination he had on Kyoto.
Definitely, they are trying to bounce back. Pashu on this particular map was not that effective, to be honest. Initially, yes, the setups were looking quite good, but then again, it's not just about the setups that we usually talk about. And this time, if you see, Pashu is the guy who had the least amount of combat score in his favor, playing on an equation where he could have got a lot of value. Initially, it did felt like he's getting all those values in his favor, but as we can see at the end, Pashu is the weakest link of this particular team. Otherwise, all the other 4 members, you can see they are in harmony. Not a lot of gap when it comes to combat score comparison as well. So they have done their job. They've done the heavy lifting for the team. I think there are certain weak points where every team falters down. This time, it was definitely Pashu, but Mr. Shooter outdid himself, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it. Shooter's just been phenomenal so far, but as of now, with the fight that they've been having, is something indicating that we will also be jumping maybe to a break, because it's been a tough fight so far between these two teams, and they've done it, right? Pushing to the limits of a decider is not easy, so we will jump to the break, give them a little bit of a breather. Don't go anywhere, because the first semi-finals itself is still not done.
Well, Eternal Fate made their way in the decider, but can they get it done? Can they make sure that they go to the main event as well? That's what the question is, guys. Welcome back after a quick short break in the Finals Community Cup. And now we would like to have a chat. Lucifer, what do you think? What's going to happen?
It is an interesting position. You've been skeptical about their 3 light setup. You're like, what will they be able to do? They've been just doing damage. It doesn't look like they'll be able to pull off what they want. And look at what they've done. They've pulled off a map as a whole at their own pick. So you can be never sure enough that a build might not work, and I think that's what Eternal Fate are here to prove. And also Eternal Fate, this is them fighting for the second time. They were there in Split 1 as well. It is Hawk also fighting for the second time, but they've had a little bit of changes in the players that they have right now in the playing 5. So it's gonna be a fight for the same 5 to the other 5. And let's see who makes it out better, because it is time to jump into the decider. Monaco, we spoke about the map already. Yesterday we did see the cathedral being almost destroyed to half of its demolition stage. Now today, do we get the same thing? Is what we have to wait and watch, but it seems to be a little dusky and evening 6 p.m. of the fight as we start things off. And let's see who goes on attack. It seems like the attack starts off for none other than Eternal Fate with the same composition of 3 lights, 1 medium and a heavy.
Well, in the first map, I was like, Eternal Fate can make it possible to like come back with the winning phase in their favor. It's still possible, but obviously I had my doubts with respect to the build that they are trying to come up with. On the hindsight, we have the similar builds coming in from the other side as well. From Hawk, we have 2 heavies, 2 lights and 1 medium, and then we have underpass and construction as a terminal. So a lot of interesting things are going to happen. One of the most loved maps so far in Split 1 and Split 2. I've seen a lot of action in this particular map, and that's exactly why we get to see the cathedral deconstruction coming through, the demolition to be precise coming through. But now we need to be ready for this action. We need to be ready to see who is going to win the decider map, as there have been very low amount of deciders coming through in the whole Split 1 and Split 2 action. But we are fortunate enough to see once again what happens in decider. So let's wait and watch what will happen in the pass and construction. Yeah, go on.
There have been more deciders in Split 2 compared to Split 1.
Yeah,
but yes,
agreed.
it's still fewer compared to what we were interested in. But that's the thing. It's about the level of competition that we are seeing, but I really like underpass. Yesterday as we spoke, it is confined. It's a little suffocating to fight for a control on underpass or start the decryption, and even if you start the decryption, then retaking is even more tougher. But Killua, nice positioning. As we said, there's going to be a lot more snipers, and Killua has brought one of his shooter, is running a little in different direction using his gadgets. Killua gives away his position. They stack and put him
stuck behind the tree.
They nail him to a tree, and with that, the defenders lose the first.
I mean, that's one of those disheartening equations, man. They have already lost to one of their own. Now, the turret, it was appointed over there. The heavy is going to have no issues by putting that precision and working his way up. The glitch definitely is going to be a menace for them. Lewis gun in hand. There are a lot of strays, but the light cannot penetrate what a heavy has to offer. The barricades being appointed once again on those angles. Once again through the upper angles, we will get to see some beautiful retaliations coming through. Parag has been eliminated. One more light done and dusted. It's basically a 3v3 equation, so both the teams are pretty compromised. But the beauty is Eternal Fate is attacking, so they need to pick up the pace, and now they are down to one last member. What? Fragrift had no idea!
No. Fragrift had the idea. Pashu didn't. Pashu was walking back thinking his teammate was helping him. Then he's like, wait, what? This is a different light. And then, unfortunate Fragrift, you were a little too close with your sniper, and 350 health on a heavy with no scope. Or even if you scope, you're not going to get him in one shot. So, tough chance over there. But that the first round goes in favor of Hawk, and Hawk again starting off defense well for themselves.
Chose the wrong guy to surprise.
Yeah,
now,
mess
with that,
not a heavy.
Yeah, not a heavy. You can't really go ahead and get that enemy to surprise on a heavy. Yes, he is going to sustain that damage, but with the dematerializer, only the small corner was there. But finally, they can easily bring that terminal out of the building.
Wait, they do have a double heavy, but BT is back on the heavy this time. And you can see Hades has gone back to the medium with this trustworthy model 1887. The shotgun shots coming in. Let's see how far he'll be able to pull. But Pashu, he is taking that terminal like he owns it. I mean, on the defense end, you do own the terminals because you're the one safeguarding it.
You need to. You need to own it, otherwise the other guys, the other team, they're going to just push it away. But the beauty is the setup needs to be quite good. Pashu is actually quite adamant on doing that. But Hawk loses their very first one. This is not very good for Team Hawk. But just like the previous round, they have lost their first one. I think they can bounce back. But oh, the player was pinned. Ghostly Point, no way to escape. Gets taken down. Decryption key in the hand. They are carrying it over towards the B terminal, I believe. Okay, with that beautiful SR-84 shot, they have taken one down. He down. 3v3. Lewis gun. They're taking the key away. Okay, Pashu, I don't know. But with every single specialization and equipment that this guy has got, he's just bringing something else.
Numbers for Eternal Fate have disappeared. They just have the last two surviving. Using a dome, they've hit BT pretty bad. On the other end, Hawk have 3. And there's a push coming in. They clear of BT. Killua trying his best, but his shots, all of them missing. He's unable to hit the light. And Berry is going to be... Oh wait, it's going to be Fragrift who's going to be happy. But finally, connection on Shooter. I said all the names wrong. It was Mr. Shooter over there. And it's time for Hawk maybe to win this, because the last player, he does have the key but not much health to work with. They jump towards him, charge and slam coming in from Flix to try and hit at least one, but he is unsuccessful in the attempt, and that's going to be the second for Hawk.
Didn't have the time as well, had to punch in, had to go ahead and get the decryption started. And amidst that, we get to see the charge and slam, and then after that following it up with a 1v2 equation. Impressive play coming in from Hawk as well. Eternal Fate on attack. Yes, so far they have not got any value. Yes, they have done some damage initially, but the way Hawk comes back into the game is something amazing. Even with those SR-84 shots that initially were missed but finally got attained and got connected was something amazing, to be precise. But now, this is the last round before the halftime comes in, before the sides get switched, before Hawk goes in attack. Now this is where you need to put a full stop on Hawk's reign of terror. Otherwise, with a 3-0 scoreline, you just need a one good round, and on attack you might get it pretty soon. So let's see if that's going to be the case or not. Pashu Hades play on the rooftops with those heavies in their favor as the builds. Now this time the Cathedral approach is going to go through, and also with the sonar grenade they are trying to detect if the players are there. Proximity mines being appointed. Glitch traps are going to be there pretty precisely, but no attempts from this side of Hawk.
Encryption will be started without any trouble, and there is nobody from the defenders close by. They were keeping their distance, and it seems like the distance was not a wise decision. They've already lost their first. There's a jump coming in from Ghostly Boy. There's Goo in front of him. His teammate is chasing with the dematerializer, but still an unsuccessful attempt. Barricades being put. Attackers are playing super smart, not giving the chance for Hawk here to go on for a head-on fight.
Precisely, this is why I said that they need to.
They're stopping the decryption.
They're also setting up their own perimeters, but it's 5v3 altogether. Not going to be that easy to work with, but with the AKs, this guy is trying to make up a chain. Hawk with 2 individuals surviving. Ghostly Boy also goes down. It all trickles down to Hades' play. He's trying to be sneaky, but not possible, as we have an SR-84 pointing right on his cranium. Hades plays in a very tough spot. I guess that's it, guys. Yeah.
Indeed, they still close the half in a lead, but Eternal Fate do not let it be a 3-0. They know what contestants they are as the side switch of the second half. It is going to be attack starting things off for Hawk, and defense time for Eternal Fate. Now this is their last chance. This has been a scoreline that has been running for all the first halves of the 3 maps that we have witnessed so far, and it is happening once more. It is still been Hawk on the lead, but one round always Eternal Fate get in one half. Let's see what difference this time it makes. Eternal Fate previously were able to sweep things, equalize the score, push it to the decider, and on that 7th round win the 4th point and push it to the decider map. Is it going to be the same replication, or is it going to be a difference? Hawk, they are looking forward to going a little aggressive, but they're split in different directions, as you saw. Key was going in with the other majority of players of heavy and mediums, whereas the light has gone for a flank.
Crane getting checked initially, because that is the best angle that you can have, but nobody can really access it because it's wide open. Oh, SR-84 shot. That's a big warning. Killua had to duck down, and eventually he's trying to change his location so that that beautiful connections from his corner could be delivered. Let's see if it is going to be fruitful. Oh, indeed, he connects one. Will he get another one? Indeed, Frag Rip goes down. That's a big blow. Shouldn't have happened. But now they can easily go ahead and get that terminal in their control. with a cloak. Parag trying to enact, trying to get the better out of it. But I don't think so it's going to happen that easily. One player has been cornered. It's basically a 1v3 equation. I do believe that it's going to be an equalizing. Yes. Decryption. I think it's going to get started. Yes, with the dome activated. The decryption has been started. It all trickles down to what Eternal Fate can do now.
Hawk look like they started the decryption, but they are on a disadvantage. They just lose a player. Ghostly Boy a little further away. 2 medium, 2 heavies and 1 light play that they were interested in. Killua gets spotted. He was the first one to eliminate a defender, but now he is being spotted. They want to make sure Killua does not get any opportunity, and there it brings down to an equalizer, but a quick exchange. Eternal Fate also lose one of their own shooter, trying to get closer with the help of the goo. They want to stop the decryption from happening, but the position for Killua is good. He should be able to stop, but he's unable to. He's trying to snatch this away, but finally... Wait. Oh, they eliminated the team. For a second, I was like, got confused. They did eliminate all the defenders. I was like confused what just happened, but finally we do see it is going to be 3 on board for Hawk, and Hawk are now on series point.
They were on the series point in the previous map as well, buddy. So maybe it's time to bring that reverse sweep. Eternal Fate. Let's see if you have got the capability.
Do they win it this time?
That's something which is still possible, but obviously I would like to once again give that point that yes, the build on your defense is not that good. So let's see if it is going to work or not. 1 to 3 is the equation that we have right now. It's basically a 5-5 equation, but Berry this time he is going for M11. Interesting. I mean, different choices of weapons coming through. Has got some sonars to work with. Okay.
I enjoy seeing it, but he's not spotting the opponents. They're running out in the open, and Berry is the one who gets spotted out in the roof, and also Berry's teammate is the first one to lose a player. And now there's a chase. Flaglift, he doesn't spot the player. Finally, he does manage to find the elimination, but his teammates are close by. I think there was a grenade launcher coming in the mix, and they do eliminate. Quick exchange coming in on the trade, and it is going to be a disadvantage for the defenders. Seems like Hawk, they want to close it without any difficulty, and the church is going to be a terminal. Flix is holding the RPG, but Flix is not covering his teammates. RPG is good. He finds 2 eliminations, but he becomes the last survivor. What does he do? Oh, wait, actually it's the other way around. The last survivor is Killua. Seems like there's a reverse sweep coming in again. Killua trying to run to the other terminal right now, trying to make quick work of it, but loses the key. But he's actually thinking of a slow flank right now, but I don't think that's going to work.
He's thinking to catch somebody off guard. You can hear the footsteps. Can he really do it, guys? Let's see. Trigger discipline, the patience. The players are rotating, but they are still there in the cathedral.
Yeah,
this is a bit dicey. Yeah, they are waiting. So whenever the decryption is going to get initiated, they're going to pop off. They're still setting up the cathedral. Bit dicey, guys. Bit dicey. Killua, I don't think so he's going to make it. But let's see what kind of valiant effort he's going to pull through. Well, it's the heavy who's going to peek. And with some melees probably. Nope, nothing valuable. It's 2-3. Eternal Fate buying 1 more round.
The environment has not been kind to Killua. Killua has been stuck in anything that is next to him, whether a wall, the finals container, anything, even a small obstacle of maybe a canister is getting stuck, and this time the same happens. Evasive dashes right towards, thinking that it's only one player holding the terminal. That's going to be a second round for Eternal Fate, and Eternal Fate on defense, who seemed like it couldn't have worked, but all thanks to Flix, the big RPG, and then his charge and slam to find 2 eliminations simultaneously changes the game from a 3v2 to a 2v1 in favor of Eternal Fate, and he'll be trying and doing the same. He's already destroying the environment of the A terminal, and he's making sure the openings are in his team's favor.
Well, yeah, agreed. I mean, Flix over there was just phenomenal. If that play would have not been delivered, I think it was pretty possible that we would have been done and dusted for this very first semi-finale. But for now, the setup is complete. I think they are waiting to see who's going to penetrate. Hawk, the Ghostly Boy, the medium already getting detected and also receiving a lot of shots, a lot of damages. Getting pulled through. Can they really pitch up Killua through the roofs of this cathedral? He can bring that X factor. He can have that eagle eye perspective and shot somebody else away. But there is no one on the rooftop. Maintaining a trigger discipline, but spots one. Oh, he's gonna connect. This time it's gonna be Mr. Shooter, but he's also receiving some shots. Decryption has been started. There you go. It's time for Eternal Fate to step up.
Yeah, it's going to be tough right now.
What?
Because we did see two players on the roof, and now there's the second that's gone out. It's a 3v5 disadvantage for Eternal Fate. Flames going all across, finally find the first elimination on the attackers. They seal off with the dematerializer, and Hades immediately trying to run away. The fight is still on, the dome being used, and Eternal Fate come down to the mere last player. Flag rift, he's spotted, he's chained, and he's done for. That is going to be Hawk being our first grand finalist.
Alright, welcome to the main event. Team Hawk. They changed some individuals, but they didn't change their performance. They have evolved along the way, and they made sure that they're going to be on par. From the very first semi-finale, we have Hawk going right there in the finals. So even if they win split to finals, or even if they lose, even if they are the runner-ups, they're still going to have their chance in the main event. So congratulations for that. But on the hindsight, LCQ is the only option that now Eternal Fate has got.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough pill to swallow for them. They did look good, but the eliminations coming in from Killua, just like how we saw BT in Kyoto, we ended up seeing Killua also doing the same thing. That's something that they should have anticipated. Frag Rift, he was also on the roof, but you could see that the medium was getting picked off on the side of Eternal Fate, who was also on the roof, who would have been hit from the players of Hawk earlier in terms of damage, and he sends the last magnum bullet coming out of the sniper and piercing off and finding the elimination. But I think Hawk also, you have to give them due credit. With them, they have players, as we spoke about, from the Revolution Showdown itself. Pashu was in the winning team who won the Revolution Showdown along with Mortal. And I think that's the hunt they are here on. If they've done it once, why not do it in the first Community Cup event of the finals, win the $10,000 major chunk and call themselves the champions, the ultimate winners, the ultimate contestants, and they're on the hunt for it. They're in the grand finals, as you said. Welcome to the main event. But now, where is their seeding? The first or the second? Who is going to be their opponent here for the Split 2 grand finals is something we still wait for.
Semi-finals 2 is going to tell us who is going to be that particular phase, which particular team is going to move in to be their competitors in the finale today in Split 2. But even before that, MVP. Okay, the combat score is like pretty low, but the eliminations, they're pretty high. 8 eliminations, 1 assist, and just 3 deaths. Killua the Light is definitely a menace.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you, right? Like, you could see Killua's picks on players. The eliminations that he was finding was the call from his teammates. I've done damage to him. And Killua was able to spot him through the scope and then scoop him up. That's what he was doing. Parag this time fell completely off. Frag Rift still found eliminations. He was looking good. Flix as well. Shooter, he has been just consistent along with Berry. But Parag, complete missing on his end. But Killua, we spoke about the snipers, came alive, used Monaco as his playground, knew where to position himself, and also won all of the sniper battles against the light of Eternal Fate.
Well. That was pretty impressive. The way, I guess, every single round went down. Eternal Fate was pretty close to winning a lot of rounds, but then again, if you see, every single time when they were trying to defend, they just had that flank being set up, but they cannot really go ahead and get that upfront fight. I guess that was one of those reasons where they failed. Parag, I guess, in the first map and also in the second one, he popped off a lot. But this one, in Monaco, 0 frags, I'm a bit surprised about that.
Yeah, I think finally you thinking about their build did not work here actually. But yeah, there was a lot of firepower, but they can still rework on it. Eternal Fate have another chance as they'll be going into the LCQ. But our journey in the finals to find our top 2 is not yet done. Semi-finals after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Alright, folks, Hawk has already made their way in the finale, but now the question is who is their opponent? For that, we have Necros on the desk, and I, of course, going to be Raider. So, looking forward to see what happens, guys, and welcome back once again to the desk of the Finals Community Cup. Necros, you are back on the desk, and what are you expecting from this next game?
I mean, already the first game has given us a gist that this semi-finals aren't going to be that easy that what we expected in Split, like what happened in Split 1. Split 2 is definitely going to get more harder and more tougher for all the opponents. But yes, Hawk, they've advanced to being the first finalist of the Split 2. But right now, Lethal Force take on Helldivers. This is a very interesting matchup if you ask me, because Helldivers, they have been the surprising star that has already emerged out of a lot of more teams, and they have kind of proven themselves to be a better team among a lot more big names. They have made it to semifinals, just not being there and playing the game. They have literally pushed their limits to be at this stage, and Maul, he is the man who is pulling all the strings for his team.
I mean, so far what Maul did on an heavy yesterday against Horizon Esports, that was a record-breaking type of performance, to be honest. Today also I want to see something amazing, but let's look at the battle arena, the map veto. We have Monaco starting it off, where the attack is going to be there from Helldivers. Lethal Force will be defending. Then we have Lethal Force pick, which is going to be Skyway Stadium. If nobody is going to win in these two maps, well, we will get to see Sis Horizon as a decider, which is picked by Helldivers, of course, where they will start with the defense, and Lethal Force will be attacking. So pretty interesting vans as well. Las Vegas, a fairly less used map, and the newest one, Kyoto, has also been banned. So the map veto looks good, to be honest. The first two maps that we are going to witness are pretty challenging.
Yeah, surprisingly, I mean, I was quite sure that Helldivers are going to pick Monaco for themselves to play on for the first map, or either the second one. Lethal Force picking up Skyway is also like very obvious. But talking about this one is like the decider going to Sis Horizon. Helldivers will be starting on the defensive side. I am not quite sure whether this matchup is going to push towards the decider or not, though you can tell this is the semi-finals too, but still, by the performance that Helldivers have already put up and they have showcased on the previous day, I do think against Lethal Force they do have an upper hand in this case.
Well, I also pretty much believe that, because Helldivers yesterday, they had a lot of trouble against Horizon Esports. So for that same reason, I would like to say maybe if there is something different today, just like what Eternal Fate was trying to utilize, although it didn't went in their favor at the end. I think if there is something different, if you are trying to evolve along the way, if you have something interesting to offer against your opponent, maybe then Lethal Force might bow down. But otherwise, I think iFlix and his teammates are quite capable of winning this one and matching the performance of what Hawk has done in the semi-finale one. So I'm looking forward to see what happens. I think yes, Lethal Force is a capable team, no doubt. What the other team has done is something amazing as well. Helldivers, they literally have to go through hell once again so that they can dive into the action of finale.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know, but somehow, Raider, I have this gut feeling that Helldivers, they do have an upper hand. I would be very pleased if I'm proved wrong, because what Helldivers did yesterday to me was that they have done the justice to my prediction and my reading. So I would be happy if my prediction on my this thought process can be countered in any other way by players of Lethal Force. But I do think this matchup is somewhat going to be 2-0. Yes, the matches can be a little closer. Both the teams, they are capable. They have come up to the semi-finals by beating the other teams, that's for sure. But Lethal Force going against Helldivers was something that they were also probably looking out for. But the way they have showcased their gameplay, the way they are Helldivers, they have made a benchmark in front of a lot of audience yesterday. Might be creating some kind of second thoughts or havoc inside the minds of the other opponent players, those who will be fighting against them.
Of course, there are going to be second thoughts. Of course, there are going to be a lot of pressure when it comes to teams like Lethal Force because of their past history, because of what they did in Split 1 and Split 2 as well, the way they were performing, to be honest. But Split 2 lately, this is the most recent performance that we can talk about. Yesterday, the way Lethal Force played against their opponent was something amazing. To be honest, if I'm not wrong, the performance was quite on par, and they played against, if I'm not wrong, the Revenants, to be honest. Revenants won the first map with a 4-2 scoreline, but then after that, we got to see a clean reverse sweep coming in from Lethal Force. So this is a team who has seen setbacks. It's not like they have seen a glorious pass in their favor and they won all the maps that they've played. Yes, they have lost a few, but they have come back. They have shown that comeback into the picture. They have shown the redemption of their own. And for that reason, I truly believe, yes, Lethal Force is more than capable enough. Talking about the picks, talking about the builds that they have. Well, we have 2 heavies, actually 3. Maybe it is going to change, guys. Okay, 3, 2. What is happening, guys? 3 heavies, 4 heavies. What is this? 4 heavies and 1 light. No.
Okay,
Finally, the changes are
one.
there, guys. 2 mediums, 2 heavies, and 1 light. From the other side, pretty much more or less similar compositions.
Yeah, definitely would love to see what happens next. As they dive into the map of Monaco. I'm really looking forward to a great outcome from both these sides, at least to have a very tough competition as what we saw yesterday. I mean, Helldivers, they had all the battles very close up, and one map was nail biting. And this time, when it comes down, being on the attacking side,
Yep.
Maul and his team definitely will be looking forward to at least seize 1 round, if not 2.
Cloak activated. Weasel has got that SR84 in the hands. He is looking forward to pick anyone who is going to scavenge on the rooftops. But so far that has not happened. Portal. Okay, the portal is going to get utilized. This is going to be brilliant. Now the portal has been used by Max. All the other players are going to regroup over there on stairs. And that's how they're going to be a little bit closer to the E terminal. They have to hit. They have to get that E terminal under control. They have to start the decryption. Of course, it's not going to be easy, but that's the only option that these guys have got, and they have spotted one. The barrier mesh is going to help them away a lot, but the heavy has to go down, otherwise he's going to get penetrated. He's going to get goes off of the equation. But with the sonar grenades, ooh, lovely shot with the SR84. A lot of damage on Huddy. Interesting name.
Yeah, Adi has to gear up, reset his position, and find a better spot for themselves. But the sonar grenades are doing a wonderful job, as we see one of the players from Lethal Force getting taken down, and even the vice versa happens for the side of Helldivers. Both the teams lose 1 each on their side. The decryption, in the meantime, has already been started by Helldivers, and that's what I was really talking about. They have been very quick, they have been very efficient in their moves and in their gameplay, but Lethal Count is ready for them.
Oh, with the AK, one more down. Yes, indeed. Where's the last man standing? It's gonna be Weasel. Is a light, has got an SR84 to play with some melees and finally some good connections. Maybe he's going to get him away. Got the cloak activated. Oh, misses one more. Not good for him. Finally gets countered as well. And that's how Helldivers are going to dive in and get one more round.
A desirable start indeed for the side of Helldivers, as they start on the attacking round and finally just getting the first round itself at the right moment. I really believe, Raider, this is going to boost up their momentum, and I already said it. They are a team who actually has that kind of strategy, or that kind of, potential to go and play a little quick games or convert some rounds on a quick basis, as what they've done in the previous day as well. But against Lethal Force, yes, the first round was definitely somewhat, I felt like they were clueless about what's happening and how their players are getting picked off. Oh, I hopefully think that they can re-strategize or come up with a better plan for themselves to make counter moves against Helldivers.
Yeah, totally agreeing with your points. The counter has to be there. If the counters are not there, things are not going to be fruitful, because at the end, yes, you will have the chance of playing in the LCQ, but trust me, the LCQ competition is going to be even more fierce. Of course, in the finals, in the main events, we'll get to see a lot of action. But for now, what I'm waiting for is what will happen in the semi. Portal, once again being utilized, the light is going to move in. I believe that's Max who is the light who usually goes for the portal when it comes to the specializations. And once the portal is activated, all the other players are going to progress through. Get some good rotation, get some good angles to play with. And right now they're just making sure that they stay away from the rooftops and utilize a lot of streets. But I guess the underpass where this terminal is available, it's pretty challenging. It's pretty challenging to get that underpass under your control once the decryption gets started. Of course, the interruption is going to be equally more tougher. So now grenade, it is going to give up all the info that they need. Okay, they've got that info that yes, we do have one guy at least over there. Few more sonars, but the decryption, it is going to be inevitable.
They had a good read, but yeah, decryption has already been started. A quick move indeed by the players, but Weasel deals a massive blow, drops down to 28. Has to make a fallback. Yes, the retaliations, the trade exchanges are really, really impressive from both the ends, as Helldivers drops down to single player. It's a 1v2 situation. iFlex, he's there, but in a very low HP. Weasel has to come and rescue. But as you just look onto the position, This last player from the side of Helldivers has to make a big opening. He's on 85 HP, but against two
what?
players, it's almost not possible. And that's a real surprise attack coming up from Lethal Force. And finally, they're up here to equalize the rounds and make it a 1-all for both the sides.
Weasel with that SR84, man. He definitely got that upper hand in his favor. He was quite good with his play. Now the question would be, what is Helldivers going to do? Lethal Force on the hindsight, they have done a lot so far. But in the previous round, initially after losing the first one, and also if you see that medium and light combinations that they have got were pretty much crippled. Low amount of HP was there, and I thought maybe they're going to lose one more. But the way they bounced back was something amazing. Now the question would be, what's happening in this particular POI? As the B terminal is quite isolated, it's in the forest. Need to set up, need to get some good I guess equipments ready so that they can have that upper hand whenever the approach is going to be there from the attackers, which is of course Helldivers for now. I want to see what Helldivers are trying to do. Let's see which angles they are utilizing. Are they hitting A or are they hitting B? I guess where the key is going, A terminal is pretty close.
Yeah, I think that this is a kind of similar idea, like, which even Lethal Force is assuming. They're playing on that assumption scenario that, yeah, finally they might be just going towards A. Though the key is still not spotted by the players of Lethal Force, so it's kind of understandable. But David finally spots one of the players of Helldivers. Yes, even the key has been discovered. So the trade exchanges are going to happen very soon. But wait, what? In such a sneaky way, the decryption has already been started, but iFlix want to go up close and personal, but he is still not being counted, but he gets maxed down. And eventually iFlix gets the opening for his side.
Maul. Heavy, quite low, 105 HP. Oh no, he has been gone through. With the revolver, we might get to see a few more picks. Well, Lethal Force is definitely coming back in a very good way. So he is also going to get taken on, I'm quite sure. Add a heavy build to play with, but interruption is not going to get interrupted, to be precise. Yeah, guys, with that, we have a 2-1 scoreline for now in the favor of course, Lethal Force.
One thing is for sure, Raider, that I feel Helldivers, they have done the job that they wanted to do for the first half, getting one round at least on the attacking side, and they've kind of done it. So, though the pick is, this map, the Monaco map, is selected by the players of Helldivers, so they might have some strategy as they're starting on now. They are now shifting towards the defensive side. They will be looking forward to kind of reciprocate the same of what Lethal Force have done in the first couple of rounds, the last couple of rounds. The first round was definitely something that Lethal Force did not expect. The outcome was inevitable at one point, that okay, they didn't have a read of what Helldivers are up to, but right now they have kind of, they have understood that yes, this is how they're going to play the game.
Well, the fact is that in the first 2 rounds, I thought maybe Ranger Killer and David are going to be pretty hefty when it comes to their tank absorption, the kind of damage that they can sustain, but it didn't really happen. But you can clearly see from the other corner, Harry is getting all that info, has got that barrier mesh activated, so he's not going to receive any damage so far, but he's getting all that info where the players are and what kind of a rotation they're going to bring through. Okay, few more shots every now and then. The barrier mesh is going to save the day. Has got that cloak to work with. But finally, I believe in the close quarter angles, the farmers can be quite good. iFlix once again with the throwing knives, I believe. Jump pads going through Cathedral. But as you can see, the terminal is pretty much set up. We have 2 members at least guarding it. And if I'm not wrong, that's Maul very close to it.
Oh, look at the shots being taken. The key has been discovered. Lethal Force wants to take an entry. The Doom Shield's being activated. Got to survive the sonar grenades. Doing a brilliant job from side of Lethal Force in the first couple of rounds as well, but this time the first player falls down from Helldivers as Lethal Force wants to go more lethal on the players of Helldivers.
Honestly, iFlix with that throwing knife is someone who's definitely being very valuable, but this time gets caught off guard in a 1v2 equation. Lethal Force loses 2 of their own. 3v2 equation, can they get that decryption started? That's a big question for now. I really doubt it, as they don't have the manpower, they don't have that angles to play with. Oh, what? Should have taken that shot. Okay, he was his teammate, guys. Sorry. He was his own teammate. I was like a bit surprised of why he didn't take the shot. But now it all trickles down to the last heavy. And that heavy is not going to be heavy enough to get the whole team on the other side with a win. So guys, we have a 2-2 equation. That means, yes, Helldivers are trying to come back.
Yeah, what everything was going fine for the side of Lethal Force until and unless three of their players got taken down in a
Yeah.
single moment. So I was like, okay, this is a turning point where actually Lethal Force needs to rethink about what happened. So overall, Helldivers, they are doing pretty good. I mean, they have been doing a wonderful job so far. One round on the attacking side, and the first round getting in their hands on the defensive side. So they have kind of rationalized the score line, but still a long way to go, isn't it, so Raider?
Yeah, few rounds to go, to be precise, 3. In this approach, I think both the teams can overturn each other. But V9 is pretty impressive pistol to play with, but we have seen a lot of value coming through from Max's corner as well. Yesterday as well, Max was one of the most valuable individual from the team. He was able to clutch one round against Horizon Esports as well. So I think yes, there is a very huge amount of potential from both the sides, but Decryption Key getting pretty close to B. On the hindsight with the cloak, spots one. Oh, he shoots down the heavy. So the heavy is not going to have any kind of, I guess, trouble. So for that reason, Lethal Force is still there, and they can still pose a very big threat to their opponent.
Max has been very, very quick out in those spooky corners, I would say, because sometimes I feel the anxiety just by trying to get in those small openings or those doors. Yeah, if you're light, it's easy for you to go, but not for medium or the heavy ones. But now, doing the wonderful job for the side of Helldivers, Max is trying to open up those situations or the opportunities, but the A terminal,
Oh,
yes, the
the
glitch
glitch,
traps
the
were
turret.
set, the turrets were set, but everything will be breached. The decryption will be starting to move well.
Well, they're going in for the decryption. Is it going to be effective enough? Let's see. Every now and then they're getting stopped, but they have been detected. So far, the terminal was standing, but now it's done. But finally, they are going to get it done. The decryption has been started, but as you can see, they don't have that manpower to go for the post-decryption scenario. Netflix with the throwing knife, can he be valuable? I doubt that. Yes, Netflix goes down, and finally the last man standing is also going to get countered. And with that, in no time, Helldivers will be getting the interruption done.
Yeah, Helldivers playing it all together as a team, and we have made the statement yesterday as well. Helldivers, the performance that they've already put up throughout this tournament, throughout this entire split 2, has been like a team performance, a team coordinated performance that has helped them to climb the ladders in a very smoother way. And when you talk about Lethal Force, I'm not talking about or not stating that they are not playing as a team, but somewhat you can feel the difference, right?
I mean, the difference mainly is I think Lethal Force as a team, they are unable to function, to be precise. When it comes to attack, they have got around, but the best part is they need to like open up a bit more. They need to explore different angles to play with. They're just getting shut one by one, so that's a bit surprising for me, to be honest. And even in the previous round, if you see
Yeah.
that all those turrets and glitch traps that were appointed, they could have backed out, but obviously the timer was running low, and now Max with the cloak has got all the info that he needs and has given all the info to his teammates that yes, we have a relocation already. He's up on the cathedral. This guy is going to be sneaky enough to maybe shut his opponent away. Okay, it's a 4v5. Helldivers already losing their first one. This is getting pretty close. But with Max on the top of the cathedral, he can really bring in the right value. But decryption so far has not yet started.
This is the best position that you can even ask for at this point, and Max, he can be the one to give you all the breakthroughs that you need. If you're Helldivers, you know that there is one player who is always lurking around to find those unorthodox angles and get you the frags, the opening frags, for sure. Decryption has not been started, so trying to find out the players, but oh, this is not good for Weasel. The glitch trap has been activated, and probably now they know that the B terminal is under threat, and the sonar grenade are also working pretty fine. Though there is no read for it, with the gas mines and everything, they have dealt a good amount of damage. Now somebody in the world has to come and save this B terminal from the hands of Lethal Force.
Alright. So far, no decryption. They could have actually gone for the decryption to get started. But Lethal Force once again losing their bunch of players. Oh my god, this is not good. They started with that full domination factor in their favor, and they are just getting crippled one by one. Once again, similar things are happening. I think the setup that is coming through from the other side was good. Helldivers definitely were equally well equipped with their turrets, with their glitch traps, to be honest. The way it takes like approximately 5 to 10 seconds in just clearing the particular terminal site is something interesting to talk about. And at the end, yes, Helldivers, a valiant effort from the corner. The only 2 rounds that went in the favor of Lethal Force were the first 2 rounds. That too, it was, if I'm not wrong, the defense rounds for Lethal Force. But as soon as Lethal Force was in their attack, they failed. And all thanks to Helldivers, because the setups that they were playing with, the kind of isolating fights that they are trying to bring against Lethal Force, they were isolating individuals and then picking them apart, then aiming out the next one, and also the trade fires that they were establishing. I think these three combined factors really helped them a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, the trade factors did the job brilliantly. When you know that one of your teammates is getting taken down, instantly a trade is coming. And whenever you see they're waiting, they have given the chance in both the rounds that yes, you can come and start your decryption. There is no problem in that. The setups were really fine. I don't have any complaints about it. The glitch traps, the gas mines, the turrets were set perfectly well. But when it came down, you can see the B terminal was completely unguarded. Yes, there were players, but you don't see them. They are all sneaking up above those areas, having the topographic advantage for themselves. And Max was again the one to give all the information of the world to them, carrying forward to all his teammates that, this player is going there, they're going to be terminal, now they're going to start decryption. They were waiting for them to be in their comfortable spot. They waited for Lethal Force to get comfortable inside the map, and then they came up all running and pouring down on them to get all the frags in a single moment. You can see one or two players getting taken down at the very same moment. That is where I felt like that Lethal Force, they're losing the momentum for themselves.
I mean, even if you talk about the last round, which was the final round for the map of Monaco, in that particular round, it was basically a 4v5 equation. We had Helldivers on a crunchy note, but from there the retaliation came through. Hamster, he was just amazing. 9 eliminations, 5-2-8-1 is going to be the combat score. Pretty huge. In just 3 deaths, this guy was able to get 9 eliminations. And to be precise, the number of rounds would be somewhere around 6 rounds, as it was a 4-2 scoreline. So, impressive play. And at the end, looking at the scoreboard, David, no answer backs from his corner, nothing to really offer. Had 6 deaths, 1 assist, just that's all. On the hindsight, even Weasel was popping off initially a lot in the first 2 rounds, but after that, he was also pretty handicapped, I believe. iFlex did the job, but unfortunately, it's a team game, not a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you saw him stepping up with those throwing knives, trying to find the frags, but he was getting countered, and how it was supposed to happen, right? The way when you see it, that somehow when he's going up, taking up a frontline battle with one people or with one of his opponent, he's getting that benefit out of it. He's getting the frags out of it. But soon as there are 2 players in front of him, he's trying to give a lot more damage to them. But 1 against 2 is not an easy job. And again, the team game factor came into the play, and he got taken down on multiple times. So there was no support for him from the back lines. No mediums, no heavies coming into for his rescue. Is where I felt like IFX felt helpless in the map of Monaco.
Well, now the question is, what will they do in the next particular matchup? Because if I'm not wrong, the next map is going to be Skyway Stadium, which is their own pick. So Lethal Force needs to be jam-packed with their strategies. Of course, they start in a very good way. And that was not just the case about the map. It was also about the rounds. If you see, in every single round, Lethal Force was getting some initial picks. But after that, what happens? You start to cripple down, and in just mere 10 seconds or 15 seconds, the whole team is out. And that's how they lose the rounds. So that's exactly where they need to know that they have to get that gravity in the picture. They need to hold. They need to make sure that it's like a tank. They need to make sure that their heavies are up front. They are soaking up the damage. The barrier measures are available for them. And then finally their mediums and lights are swinging around and getting all those job done and dusted. So I'm looking forward to see if Lethal Force is going to do something mesmerizing in the next particular map, which is of course Skyway Stadium. If they don't, well, Helldivers is going to go straight up into the finale. But even before checking out the second map, guys, we have a quick short break. We'll be back very shortly. Stay tuned.
We mentioned it was a short break, and we are right back here with the semi-finals 2 of this, the finals Community Cup Split 2 itself. Already we have got one of our grand finalists, that is Hawk, waiting in the grand finals of this Split 2, particularly not the main event yet. But if you talk about this matchup, yes, already the map that was picked by the players of Helldivers, they have won it. Monaco is in their name, and in a very flawless way, because I would say it was in a dominant fashion. It was not like it was a close battle. Yes,
Agreed.
Little Force, they tried to make it up close, but I would still say Helldivers had the entire upper hand in this entire map.
Yeah, I mean, we have talked about it enough that it was pretty surprising for me as well that you start in a good way and at the end what happens, like, it just takes 10 to 15 seconds for the other guys to shut you down. So that's exactly where I believe Lethal Force slipped away their control. But now the question would be, will they make their comeback in this next map? That's what we want to know. And Skyesports Stadium is again going to be pretty challenging. Need to know how the performance is going to affect from Lethal Force, because they don't have that momentum lately. Yes, they were able to win the first 2 rounds. That was their defense rounds. We kind of expect that you're going to win your defensive rounds, but on attack, if you are able to still overpower your opponent, now that shows your capability. Now that shows how far you have evolved. Looking at the next map, guys, Skyesports Stadium it is that we are talking about, and the compositions, the builds are pretty much ready. We'll talk about that once we come into the action. For specifically the sides of attackers, that is, if I'm not wrong, Lethal Force, need to know what the combinations are going to work at. They have, if I'm not wrong, 1 heavy, 2 mediums and 2 lights as well. Interesting combinations, just like the previous one. They've gone for the same one. Helldivers on the other corner on defense. I think the first 3 rounds could be in their name.
Yep. See, they have the same motive, if you just ask me, for Lethal Force. They want to just wrap up the rounds very quickly when they are on the attacking side. You know, the defensive half is always a little bit beneficial. So just why, I do feel like, I don't know, I'm not quite sure about it, but I feel like they don't want to waste time on the attacking rounds. They want to wrap up. If they can get 1 round, that's good. If they don't, they focus on the defending rounds. But they just don't want to have a 3-0 half for themselves. They want to have at least 1 round being on the attacking side. If they get 2, it's like a bonus for them.
Oh, there's the alien. Well, the shots
I like
are
the
coming
suit,
through.
man.
Yeah. I mean, you can gift me anytime, bro. I'm open for
Oh,
those
never, don't
amazing
even
gifts.
think about it. Nope, sorry.
Okay, let it be. I'm gonna play and I'm gonna get it, man. But yeah, guys, for now, Lethal
Yeah.
Force need to pop off. With the help of Dematerializer, we can clearly see how effectively they're just making sure that they get that control. And Lethal Force, quite beautifully, they are going to get that decryption started. Interesting approach now from here. Yes, Helldivers are going to be blown to bits. They will need to figure out what they have to do. High flicks on the other corner with the throwing knives can be beneficial. Has got that sonar grenade already utilized. It's 4v4 for now. But equalize. But remember, the timer is running low. 40 more seconds to go. With Helldivers loses 1 more of their own. But David on the other corner, he's going to get something valuable. With the revolver, a few more shots being connected. Nothing to really get the players out of the equation. But yes, they are definitely damaging them out.
Oh, look at this position. Oh my god. D goes up close and personal, gets his player down, but Space is barely surviving at this moment. He might just be taken down any moment. Black Hole wants to go up close there. Retaliation was exchanged, but Lethal Force once again reigns supreme. The decryption was started. They were in a beneficial position, having 2 lights, 2 medium, and 1 heavy. That's where they want to finish. Lethal Force again with the first round in their favor, putting up Lethal Force again. Sorry, my bad. Lethal Force having 1 round in their favor, putting Helldivers in a situation that, you know, you're in the defensive half and you need to get some.
Yeah, man. Whenever the defensive halves come through, I think teams need to like pick up the pace over there, and eventually they need to get that at least 2 rounds in the name. Now they have lost the very first one. They need to pick up the pace and get the next 2 rounds. I think Helldivers is more than capable of doing that, but Lethal Force, they have that vengeance pretty much available from their corner as well. Let's see if Shot is going to make some connections. No, barrier mesh was activated, I believe. The other guys are also going to receive some shots, but they have now got that insight of where the players are. Now they're trying to attack A terminal, but the players are relocating already. Maybe the setup is activated over there, but it's a slow start. No aggression. Yes, they have shown their presence to each other, but no commitment so far.
Again, the steady game. Lethal Force. You know, this is their map and they want to dominate on it. So somehow, somewhere, they are looking out for. Okay, this is time. This is the game where we step up and we kind of showcase the best of ourselves. Again, still not a single point of contact. I mean, I'm surprised.
Okay, slowly the players are pushing in. But once the decryption gets started, it's basically a trouble for the defenders. They should not allow that to happen. But Helldivers pretty close. They have got those turrets and proximity mines available. It is obviously going to dent out their opponents. Okay, the glitch trap. Punishing iFlix. Needed to back out and he did. The timer. They are playing on the timer at this moment. I think Lethal Force, the only option that they have is commit. They can't really push forward. 4v5 already losing their best one. It was Danger Killer who has been taken. Not Danger Killer, but Black Hole Whitey has been picked off. iFlix goes down. Okay, actually, my bad. That was Heavy Guys who has been picked off. And now it's Danger Killer's turn who has been countered. Weasel, iFlix, both very low. 18 more seconds. Not a lot of things to offer, but the alien, well, he will survive.
Hey, I mean, he's wearing an alien suit, right? But should we just call him alien? Is it the right term that we should use for him? Because man, I would love to have a suit like that and wear it probably in some cosplay events. Maybe a finals cosplay event would. I wouldn't mind that.
Nobody is going to mind that, man. It's always fun to have those amazing cosplay
What
events.
suit would you like to wear for yourself?
Just a beautiful tuxedo. The casual, the base,
Okay.
the base one that you get when it comes to the finals. That's the most sleekest and smartest that you can have. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, talking
Go
about
on,
the action, guys. Yeah, go on, Necros.
You wanna play the safe side, Raider. It's
Yeah,
not
agreed.
fine.
I will leave the fun for you, man. Go for it.
About that, but what we say right now, we had fun in these segments, but even it's a fun thing for both the teams who are playing in this particular map because you can see they're enjoying the game. First of all, that's the main point of the main gaming part, that you need to enjoy your games, you need to have fun in there.
Yeah.
Both the teams are actually enjoying it, but right now Helldiver seems to be a little bit interested in getting and stopping. There's Weasel Force. Well, Weasel, he has not accomplished the job that he has been assigned to. Definitely this might be the round where he seeks for some vengeance, and it has already started from the side of Helldivers as well.
That's always fun to watch. Grab your opponent with a winch claw and then shot him over with a Lewis gun. That's amazing. That's always fun to watch, and that's exactly what we're getting. Barrier mesh activated. Not going to receive a lot of damage, but with the Lewis gun, we might get to see some fair trade of trades. Lethal Force already losing one of their own. Whitey, Weasel, look at him, pretty low. Is a light already. Black Hole Whitey barely surviving, but won't survive for long as he has been countered. Domes, Lewis guns, melees coming through. Oh my god, in this close quarter angle, so much is happening. But yes, the defenders, the Helldivers, they're going to prevail as they win too. Exactly like what Lethal Force did in the previous map of Monaco. Just like that, in their own defensive side, Helldivers did the same. And it's quite ironic that it's their own map pick. Lethal Force, they're looking a little bit shaky. Yes, they were able to win the first round, but after that, things have not been comfortable so far. And now they are on the defense. This is the best time to pop off.
So far, so good for Lethal Force, I would say, because they got at least one round on their attacking half. So they can just sit just by thinking, okay, we've got at least one round. It's fine. But when you talk about Helldivers, I don't think they would be that much happy. Yes, they might have a good lead. It's like a 2-0, 2-1 scoreline for themselves with a one-round lead. But they also know one thing, that they are now on the attacking side. And now this is... the same things can reciprocate of what happened in the previous map of Monaco. Same thing can happen in this map of Skyway. They have to be very cautious about every movement that they are planning. And Weasel, I mean, this man, he will take it personally about the fact that he got...
Need to. That is another motivating factor that can help you to win the game and eventually move forward to the decider map. Honestly, I think there are chances that we might actually see the decider map, but then again, if you see what Helldivers have done so far in their defense rounds, it was good. Now their attack has to be equally good. then only those values are going to come through. We have Hamster in the previous map, if I'm not wrong, in map of Monaco, he was the MVP with 9 elims. So we know that he's capable, we know that he's effective. But for every single round, you need to be equally effective. With the RPG-7, they are bringing the terminal back to like another floor. Oh, barrier mesh is going to absorb all the shots that are going to come through from the other side. And as they are relocating towards A, we need to know if the decryption is going to get started or not.
Helldivers still trying to play it steady, still wants to play it a little safe until and unless the decryption is started. They want to play those cheeky moves once again, but Weasel, he has done some good amount of damage to those players, and the key is already on its way to the A terminal. It seems like it's not going to be that easy, though we can see the shots are being taken. Oh, Helldivers, they've lost a couple of players. The retaliation came, but only good for one. As even Helldivers seems to be struggling. I see the equalizer coming on the way for Lethal Force.
Okay, they're just trying to guard the key, but the key has been taken now once again. That's interesting, but the player has been spotted. Won't be an easy one for him to survive with. Got shot on from 3 different corners. The heavy still surviving, gets one, but the timer! They can't run from the timer. That's exactly where this time Helldivers are going to lose their very first attack round. They need to get 2, but same goes for the other side, Lethal Force.
This is going to be really interesting. We were just talking about a few moments ago that yes, Lethal Force, they've just got 1 round being on the attacking side, but that's enough. Somewhat I feel like that's enough. If it's a 3-0 half, you know that Helldivers would have needed just 1 more round to bag up the series as well. That is not the case. That's a different scenario. Lethal Force wants to take it like, okay, we have to equalize. It's 2-2 scoreline. Now, this match seems to be going a little bit closer if Helldivers fail to deliver the performance of what they have done in the previous map of Monaco. But though, they made a comeback on the defensive side. So it's quite evident that at this moment, Lethal Force, they are in the advantage position. They are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, for sure, they do have that advantage in their favor, as you rightly said, that they have got the different sides. So they can really get that upper hand. They can at least make sure that they win this particular round, and after that maybe there is a comeback, then we never know. But yes, they need to win this particular round so that they can maintain the pressure. They can force the other guys to bring out their best values and then eventually get something impressive. But the Dome Shield is going to get shot down with the M11. Barricade is going to get appointed. Now they need to get that decryption started. That's exactly what they're looking at. On the A terminal, the decryption is going to get started. Blue walls being appointed. Decryption has been started, and here comes the trouble. Here comes Helldivers with their attack, pretty successful for now, as I've already made sure that they get 1. RPG-7, the damage comes through. Lewis gun, with that another light goes out of the equation, but it's 3v3, pretty close and cutthroat. Lethal Force loses 1 more. Barrier mesh activated, receiving and soaking up all the damages that are needed. Okay, we have just 1 last guy surviving. Who's that name? Who's that individual who's surviving from the other corner? I guess that's Black Hole Whitey. Won't be surviving till the end, I believe. And interruption, I think that's out of the box.
Yeah, but still trying to find out the values. Black Hole looks really hungry for these eliminations, but he is done for the round. That's the 3rd one and the series point, walking in the favor of Helldivers. Whether or not they're going to reach it in this round or not, that still is a very big question mark. But the way Lethal Force is playing, seems like they are not much interested, Raider, just to give the series in this way. They just want to fight back as much as possible, maybe till the very last round.
That's the job. Have fun and fight back. Make sure that your opponent does not get the upper hand. So far, Helldivers, I mean, they do have their upper hand. They have the series point, buddy. So I think Lethal Force, then you need to pick up the pace, keep the fun aside, and make sure that you pitch in with the 110% efforts, because this is the only spot that you have got for the main event. If you really want to secure the spot in the finale, because it's just not about this finals of Split 2. It's also about securing your spot directly in the main event, where teams like Wars Nation and IND are already sitting quite comfortably. They are waiting for you guys. And other than that, if I'm not wrong, also Hawk is also going to be there, as they've already confirmed their spot in the finals, sorry, from the semifinals 1. So that's another verdict that these guys need to figure out. And the question would be again the same. Lethal Force on your defense. Will you be capable enough or not? They've spotted their opponent and you can clearly see the shots going in. They are attacking the B terminal. They can relocate as they have been a heavy presence. What?
Ouch. That's gonna
Oh my
hurt
God.
real bad. But the charge and slam comes and David wants to escape as he's barely surviving on 30 HP. Lethal Force down to 3 players. A great sight for them. The RPG is ready. If anybody is trying to come near to his proximity, he is gonna thrash. He will be thrashed so bad with that RPG. David just trying to heal up as quickly as possible, instantly joining up the team. Stop, interrupt the decryption as quickly as possible, trying to bring down the terminal. That's not going to be that easy, but oh, Helldivers, he drops down to 3. It's a 3v2 situation though, and we can see David is still dealing a lot more damage. iFlix is barely surviving. He has 106 HP on his name, but is that enough? iFlix gets taken down, all down. That single player of the side of Lethal Force, can he just manage things up? Because I don't see it even coming along his way.
I thought for a second that maybe he's interrupting, but no, that's not the case, guys. The last man standing has been taken down and it is done. And I guess we just have to see what will happen in the finals, because we have got our face for the competitor against Team Havoc, which was able to win in the previous matchup, and this time it's going to be Helldivers. Impressive play. It's basically a 2-0 equation, and as you rightly said, Nikros, that you are expecting a 2-0. I thought maybe it's Lethal Force who was going to get it done in their favor, but the way Helldivers played and the way Helldivers were able to like break that momentum, break that spirit from Lethal Force's corner was amazing, and at the end they have paid their way to fight against Havoc. H versus H, Havoc versus Helldivers. That's what you're going to watch in the next BO3.
I told you before the series started that Helldivers, I'm gonna pick them. They do have a upper hand in this series. Yes, Lethal Force were a good opponent, but still, Helldivers, the way they have performed, I have my bets on them, definitely. But against Havoc, a team like that, with beautiful players, experienced players, they have been playing a lot of FPS for a longer period, for a lot of years. Coming down to the finals, a game where you see them having so much fun out there, and even coming down to the finals of Split 2. So it's going to be a tough competition between both the teams of Havoc as well as Helldivers. But for the two teams, those who got eliminated from this contendership of reaching the finals, the grand finals of Split 2, they don't have to be upset because they have their slots booked in the LCQ, so it's fine with them. But these two teams, Havoc and Helldivers, now they are fighting for the first, that hashtag won the bragging rights of Split 2.
Well, we need to know who is going to be that particular individual who is going to get that bragging right. But of course, guys, at the same point, LCQ is something that the other two teams are going to have. Now, let's look at the MVP. Once again, it's Hamster. I'm pretty happy to see that. Happy and also surprised at the same moment, let's just say this, because Hamster was the MVP in the previous map as well, and he's again back with the title in his name. That means he is the guy who is getting the heavy lifting for the team, but there should be another individuals also. It's always going to be better for you if you have other individuals who can fill in your spots. Like Maul, look at him. He was there with 7 eliminations, so he was equally well built. Even Harry, for the same sake, even says Max, the least scoring guy, still had 3 eliminations. On the hindsight, Danger Killer on a heavy had just 1 frag. On the other corner, if you see what Maul had did yesterday, if I'm not wrong, he had 9 eliminations and somewhere around 5600 of the combat score. So Maul is a guy on heavy who has been phenomenal. Also, some other individuals from IND as well who have played on heavy and got a lot of value. So there are certain individuals who are quite good. Even with the restricted movements that you get from a heavy, they're still quite good and get a lot of eliminations. So kudos to the play that came through from Helldivers. Now Lethal Force will be there in LCQ on 14th of August, but they will still have that sword of elimination hung on their neck.
Yep. Overall, this series has been really interesting for both the sides. We got entertained for sure. There is no doubt about it. Both the sides, they gave their best. They tried, and you can't see a lot of people like with low stats or low combat score. Max, he does have a low combat score, but the kind of involvement that he had in the map of Monaco was not there in the map of Skyway. But still, 1,500 of combat score, trying to give all the information, helping his team to win is what matters the most, right?
Oh yeah, if you can help your teammate, if you can get your team to the finish line, I think there is nothing better than that, and that's exactly why I guess the team effort is required. And finals is basically a 5-5 equation. If you fail, maybe your teammate is going to step up. If even your teammate is going to fail, maybe the second one, maybe the third one. That's exactly why the synergy part matters a lot. The 3-5 matters a lot, and I guess in the first map of Monaco, if you talk about the fights of Cathedral, at that point as well, we can clearly see how the trade fights were working from Helldivers. They were definitely making sure that they get the better out of the particular rounds in their favor. Even if they lose one or two individuals initially, they were still summing it up at the end in just 10 to 15 seconds. That's how beautiful those guys were playing. It was basically one of those equations like we used to do in some other games as well. That wait, let's wait. All of those individuals would wait, all of the teammates would wait, and once you catch the team in a off-guard equation, or if you try to like engulf the teammates in a 1v4 equation, then you instantaneously salmon and eventually get all those values. That's exactly what happened in Cathedral. I thought maybe Lethal Force was going to bounce back in that particular fight specifically, but it didn't happen because from every single corner they were just getting shot down, and that's the beauty of Helldivers.
Yeah, exactly. And Helldivers, they did the very same thing in both the matches. If you ask from, if you just have a recap of what happened in Monaco, and you just see the way what happened in Skyway, things, the puzzle pieces will fall on that right spot. They were doing the very same thing, and the same mistakes, I would say, reciprocate in both the matches from the side of Lethal Force. Though they were trying to pull off some good rounds, maybe trying to fight up for the series, but it was not the case. But hey, with that being said, the semi-finals of the Finals Community Cup of Split 2 comes to an end, but we are still left with the grand finals of the Split 2. So don't go anywhere. We're going off for a break. Then after that, we're going to come down with the finals to see who will prevail on top and have the title of the champions of Split 2. Stay with us. 32 teams came in the contention, out of which 4 only made it to this final day of Split 2. And even among those 4 teams, 2 only made it to this finals. Yes, this is going to be the grand finals of Split 2, where you see 2 teams, Havoc and Helldivers, take up against a fight against each other in this finale in a BO3 series. And joining alongside me, it's going to be Lucifer. So, Lucifer, first things first, I want to ask you one question. We saw the match, the first semifinals, where Havoc literally crushed with a 2-0 scoreline and they made it to the grand finals. In the second match, it was also a 2-0 where Helldivers, I would say the rising stars, they came in the question and they literally outgrown the players of Lethal Force. What do you have to say about it?
Yeah. I was surprised, man. I even questioned when you guys ended the stream, the game. I was like, wait, Helldivers won? I was reaffirming myself because Lethal Force, this is the second time that they're playing the finals Community Cup, and Lethal Force do not make it was a surprise for me. I did not think Helldivers would be jumping in like that. Initial game also was close. I think we went to a scoreline of 2-2 where Helldivers took control of the realm of the submarine and then just drove it away into the lands of where they had no control of things. Now, Havoc versus Helldivers, this is going to be even more interesting. Havoc had a little bit of a trouble when they were fighting against Eternal Fate, but eventually stood up to their usual build composition that they play with 2 heavies, medium and lights coming through, and that worked out really well. Now Helldivers, this team I'm looking forward to. I did not initially think that maybe this is a team that would make it to the top 4. They're already made it, but Helldivers have come out as the dark horses of this tournament.
There is no questions about it. But talking about the map Veto, we see the maps picked by Helldivers was almost major times it was Monaco, but this time they have picked up Skyway Stadium, and Havoc they have picked up Monaco. So I'm really interested to see how Helldivers are going to perform when they go down to Monaco, because that map has also been very good for their side. Keeping those things aside, we move on to Kyoto as the decider if it goes to that extent. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen next, but Havoc, Helldivers, I feel like both of these teams are the equal opponents. They have the equal kind of skill set and the thinking precision within themselves, and that matches the difficulty level for both of them.
I think I agree too, because Helldivers have a little bit of fiery lineup coming in from their end because of the experience that they have. They've been playing together. This is a lineup that Hades, Killua and Pashu, as we spoke about him, has already won a title in our Revolution Showdown, and we'll be looking forward to winning another here in the Community Cup. Now the main event is still a little bit of a distance in terms of determining who the champion, who the ultimate winner is, but at least being the first seed, it can be theirs here. Havoc will try to replicate it. Can they make it happen? We will see whether it's going to be the first seed or the second seed. Skyway Stadium, Cafeteria and Admin are the terminal points to start this first round. 3 heavies and 2 lights coming in. This is the same composition that IND played in their final games as well, but they did not play it in the first map of the final game. They played it in the second map. First map was closer, but it looks like Helldivers want to dive deep and close this Skyway Stadium.
They're walking on the same paths, but as you mentioned Team IND, Lucifer, I kind of have a thought in my mind that those teams also sitting in the main event as well as in the LCQ, they are watching the stream and they're having all the information of the world that they need to prepare themselves before they face these teams in the main event. But talking about it, you can see BT trying to get some early frags for himself, while Havoc seems to go a little bit aggressive.
He was precise in the initial games we saw today in the first map. He's trying to do the same damage is there. Hades always has the cover with the mesh shield. The other player who is in front of them has disappeared. Helldivers have lost 3. Then defenders, Havoc, they're looking to be closing a lot more. What a nice winch claw. An immediate elimination. First with the RPG, then with a claw and the Eluvis gun coming through. And with that, the game has been turned. Can he find a lot more? He'll destroy, but there's the hammer. Hammering through, they bring the numbers back, and it's down to one last surviving player who eliminates Hades. And now it is time. Can he bring this 1v2 in his favor?
Oh, I am never going to judge him just as he is alone. He has done it a lot of times. He has made it close, but it's always quite a tough job to just clutch it out in a 1v2 situation. The key is down. That says he will be waiting for the right moment. There's one player on the right. He spots him down, it's good. But oh, Havoc. Shots are being fired. Drops down to 20 HP. I don't think he's going to survive for a long period of time. He uses the jump pad. But is he going to survive? I don't think so. And that's the final blow as Havoc clinches the first round on the defensive half.
I mean, it is defenders, right? I think I did not have much question when it came into defense. It should be whichever team has decided to go first, they should be finding the rounds. It's been rare sides, or I would say at least slower, but still picking up in terms of them getting a lot of rounds on attack. Not as much as the defenders get, because again, defenders have a chance to set up. But here, playing with heavies like this, 2 heavies, 2 mediums, and Killua has also gone to a medium this time, and that is the most interesting part. So it's going to be even more tougher, because last time when we saw the 2 heavy and 1 medium, 2 light play, they had closer games, but this time you could see their firepower, but it was still brought back. But for now, I think it's going to be okay for them with the 1 round that they have. And BT has been super good in terms of being quick on his heels, right? Going to the roof, getting closer to where the attackers can approach from and eliminating them there, or maybe even damaging them. This time it seems an attack at the construction. BT could not spot it because they used the gateway, but nice sonar kill. And it will give them all the information they need.
Somehow I feel like, Lucifer, that the kind of usual strategy that Helldivers have already used in the past rounds and the past matches won't work this time. I mean, Havoc, their aggression is on point. They have done some fantabulous job in their past matches. They have literally dominated each and every match that they have played. Now, this is concerning for Helldivers because they play all in one place. I mean, they play all together in a united position, so that might just give Havoc a good chance to get a lot more frags by themselves. But Hades, he wants to go all in, up close and personal. He finds Maul down, though he drops down to 72. And Havoc, they still keep the man advantage, keeping Helldivers down to a single man.
As we spoke, the firepower was too heavy, and especially having a sledgehammer, it is literally a demolition weapon.
Oh my
Claw
God.
pulls him close. He is running away. He is right now the hunt. He's the prey, and they're gonna get completely demolished. Mesh again coming in from Hades. He literally used that like a Viking's armor and then just runs through. And with that, it's gonna be a second round, and here, Norface, not anybody from his team are able to pick even a single round.
Being very honest, Lucifer, that is hurting me. I am feeling the pain of... I mean, if I was playing from the team of Helldivers, I was like, oh, that's literally a terror attack to myself, and I can't take it anymore. I'm a very soft-hearted person, and I can't take these kind of blows all to myself.
Look at this demolition weapon. It stands true to its name, Sledgehammer. Slaying everything down, not just the opponents, but even buildings.
Bro doesn't care about how much the construction cost is gonna be.
Nah, I mean, he doesn't have to be worried about it. At the end of the day, virtual environment will be reset. So he's like, I'm gonna go big. HM as of now has been hit pretty bad. He's dropped down to a mere single point of health, and he's a heavy of the team. Imagine him losing so much health. He will recover to 150, but that's not how you would want a heavy to attack at 150. Now he's vulnerable to the sniper shots coming in from BT if he gets spotted.
Still having that steady approach, Helldivers. I mean, it feels like they don't want to go out of their comfort zone and try something new. And yeah, that's quite a justified that, because you are playing in the finals, and that's all for the bragging rights that you are the winners of Split 2. That matters a lot. But all those gas mines, all those traps that were set up on the terminal, is just walking and buying the time for the side of Havoc. But so far, so good. Not a single player has been taken down, but the sniper shot still trying to make some connections. BT drops down to 117 though, but still in a very viable position from where he can find a lot more frags.
You could see just because one of their heavies got hit pretty bad, they're wondering what to do. They do have a triple heavy composition, triple heavy build, and they're still unable to force their way into Havoc's fight or Havoc's terminal. And it's looking scarier. And again, HM gets hit pretty bad. Somehow survives, but how long can he push further? If this keeps going on, he is going to be under pressure, and his teammates as well. They decide to turn their sights a little closer to the villa. But all Helldivers are being oppressed with 13 seconds on clock is to find where the terminal is. The terminal has been dragged out through the dome. They try to get it through, but it is just a more down showdown. Last two players coming in. Havoc. They have full control. Timer ticks to 0, and the round is going to be a flawless half with 3 hitting on board.
Helldiver seems to be clueless at this point. They don't even know what to do, on which terminal to attack, because wherever they are going, they are being read like a book. Every time you see there is somebody taking the counters, pushing them away from the terminal, and that's where I feel like Helldivers are feeling the heat right now.
I don't know if this is the heat or this is just the Havoc. It's in the name. I think initially when we thought they were the Hawks, it is true. As they hunt for their prey, it is what they're doing right as of now. They're the real predators in this grand finals of Split 2. Causing everything.
Hawks with Havoc, how does it sound like?
I think people already fear Hawks, and with them bringing in Havoc as such like this, I think this is the most dominating performance that we are seeing coming in from the side of Hawk. And now they're on attack. If they did that on defense, expect a lot more. But a quick scope coming in from Max. That's a lot of HP lost, but that was BT. Thankfully, it was just a body shot, but his teammates were there and they immediately take BT out.
Helldivers have been very promising on their defensive half in the past couple of rounds and the matches that they've played so far in the Split 2. And Havoc, you have to be very, very cautious about them because you just can't let things slip away like that. You know you had a very, very flawless defensive half all to yourself, but that can be reciprocated very same onto your own side. This is again not a one-sided way of domination. The decryption has been started with Helldivers. Will they be able to interfere with this decryption? Because Havoc seems to be backing away, but still keeping the contention among them.
This time it seems like Helldivers are trying their best, but they're standing on the terminal, and that's the advantage Havoc are taking. They're like, is there a retake? Nah, not a chance. But somehow there's been a couple of players that Havoc have lost, but they've managed to bring it down to the one last single man, the man who connected the first bullet, but he's going to be the last one to go down. With that, even the whole team goes out of the map itself. Skyway Stadium, Havoc reigns superior.
They just made it so simple, so flawless that Helldivers would be wondering. I mean, somehow I feel like the logo that they have is their reaction right now. Like, wait, what just happened? We just got taken down that easily? I mean, we were putting up some great show. Everybody thought that, hey, they are one of the contenders to win this Split 2. And Havoc just shows it not gonna happen that easy.
I mean, as you said, we were considering them to be the dark horses, but the way we just saw this fight coming in with the change up in terms of their compositions, their builds, and I think I still haven't pointed out this fact except for about the map and how the finals is about how versatile you are with the builds that you can play on. And I think out of all the teams that I've seen so far in Split 1 and Split 2, Havoc have showed us that changes, have brought in those different tastes of different build. Now, Killua was meaning his light all throughout that we were seeing, even in the previous game yesterday as well, but him changing into this medium. Now they would have been playing games offline as they practice, or maybe even in round 1 and round 2, but bringing it to the final stage, deciding where it matters all, and taking Skyway Stadium, making it seem like a breeze. This is gonna affect Helldivers. Where do they dive now? Hell has been taken over by Havoc.
Yeah, already. All the places is actually controlled by Havoc at this time. They are creating havoc in all the places. Let it be like hell or heaven. Anywhere you go up, there is havoc. You go down, there is havoc. And yeah, somehow Skyway was, again, it was Skyway. The Hawks, the Havoc. If you kind of match all those lines,
them the highway.
Yeah, almost like that. Oh my god.
We're having a good wordplay day today. Sounds good. I think we are also cooked up on desk today. It is looking interesting so far because I think Split 2's semi-finals and our grand finals are looking pretty solid. Even if you went to yesterday's game quarterfinals, even the day when we started the first game, this is the main statement I said. The games in Split 1 comparing to Split 2 look even more competitive, or at least you could say in terms of skill level, players have improved amongst their thoughts, their preps.
Overall, I do feel like Havoc has kind of made a statement here that directly, not to even Helldivers, they made a statement directly to Team IND, one of the favorites in Split 1, to win this Community Cup, that hey guys, we were not there in Split 1, or we didn't made it to the finals, that you would have faced us. So this debate could have been settled. But if we become the Split 2 champions, in the main event, we might have some conversations between us. So Havoc with this map win might have just delivered, yes, we are coming for you, so you be prepared. But when it comes down to the comparison, yes, this match was literally something that Helldivers would want to forget and come up with a big reset mind all to themselves that, yeah, guys, the first map is gone. Monaco is a map that favors us. It favors our playstyle. So why not just give 100% and retain the series?
Havoc have lost the previous Monaco just today itself when they were playing against Eternal Fate. It went to the last decider. But now, after showing us this, I don't think they're going to be underconfident. I think they're just ready for this Monaco map, and especially with the composition that they just showed us with the builds that they had. The way they played Winchclaw as well. I mean, Winchclaw with the Lewis gun works. I'm not saying it doesn't, but you can still fire Lewis gun in a far range. You can take a battle till far. Might not be the greatest damage, but there's still damage. But Sledgehammer having a mesh shield, and you could see Hades is just running right to the opponent. Doesn't matter whether they have a Winchclaw or not. He's ready for it all, and that tells us the confidence that they have and the layering, right, in terms of how they've built their fight for. Now you saw Killua was the MVP of that game, and with the role change, he was a medium playing there. And I think in the showdown also, when we had it last month, we ended up seeing him switching a role when the team needed. It ended up being a little unsuccessful, but that tells us the versatility of the player. And Killua has been grinding this game from the start. We've been seeing a lot of his reels coming through, clips coming through, where he's been doing a menace even in the Revolution showdown as well. But now let's jump into Monaco. It's going to be dusky, and at 6 p.m, meaning we are going to have a very interesting showdown with In the Dawn of Sunlight. Let's see, it is going to be where everything breaks with the side of Helldivers, or is going to be everything let loose. It seems like everything's going to be let loose from not Helldivers, but from Havoc. 4 lights. Now, we did speak about them changing their composition, their build. Okay, they finally bring it back to where it makes sense. 2 heavies, 2 mediums, and Havoc playing with the casters. I think it's just been something that every player does. Oh, there's a caster. Let's rally him up, let him hype us. And like, but for now, it's still going to be interesting to see what Havoc have in store after showing us what they had in Skyway Stadium. They're going to be starting off an attack, so it is again what we expect: the firepower, 2 heavies, 2 mediums, and 1 light coming through. This time, it's still going to be 3 heavies on the side of Helldivers with 1 medium and 1 light. This time the difference is HM has decided to go light, and Helldivers, they've found the first elimination. Wait, my bad. I can finally see the pop-up of BT being disconnected, so there's been a technical trouble. It's time to call in, I think, the Tech Pause gods. I'm not yet sure if you're going to do that. The clocks, yes, there you go, there it is. We can never let go. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no use at this point calling in a tech god because the round started. So they would have to progress through the round and then figure out what to do next. I think by that time, hopefully, BT should be back. He can still join right now, but yeah, I think Havoc have called let the game play. We'll see what's going to happen maybe.
You can just assume the kind of confidence that they have with this only, because usually when you just see that, yeah, one of your players gets disconnected, you instantly call for a pause.
Yeah, I think it was me instilling confidence in them rather than them. So it was just my words against them actually doing it. I think it was just a call that the team had to finally take. And once it was heard, as you can see, our faces are back on desk. So we were just looking forward to listening to what was happening, maybe trying to rally up your minds as well on the chat. You start telling a Havoc, or maybe like Helldivers are gonna come back. For now, I think Helldivers did seem a little confident in their setups. I did like the glitch trap that they placed on the terminal itself, which a lot of people also do towards the doorways, because when you're stuck and unable to use it at the entrance of the terminal, you get stuck, Necros, and after that, it's an easy target.
Yeah, sometimes it happened with me, so I know, right? Sometimes when you just face these consequences inside the game, you know how it feels. See, a lot of things have happened with me while I am play. I play on medium build, and I like to play. I can't play light like Sam. Like Lucifer is like he's so quick. Sometimes I feel like if he's in my opponent, I don't want to play the game.
The way you're telling, right, everybody would start thinking that I'm on the leaderboard, stopping charts. Nah, guys, I'm a casual player.
But he plays
I main
well.
light, as he said. I play, but please, next day, we had a Lucifer in Split 1, and me and Raider were having a discussion. Hey, is that you? I'm like, it's not me, please. I am casting, I'm on desk, I cannot do... I mean, who knows? You didn't know, because at that time the desk was not live. But putting water on that fire, let's just... there's no secret over there to hide. But I agree, Necros. In terms of like movement, right? Light is crucial, but when you end up seeing builds of heavy like that, it doesn't matter whether you're medium or you're heavy itself, you freak out, indeed.
That's why I'm trying to learn play on the heavy build this time. You know, I am going in that way from the transition to medium to like heavy, because right now, after seeing so many great plays with the sledgehammer, then just literally slamming and destroying everything. Okay, you wanted
The
a heavy
main
support to
reason.
you. Yeah.
Not just a heavy support. I was complaining a little, saying that, hey, there's no sledgehammer, there's no spears. These were the weapons which are very interesting to see. We did see flamethrowers, we saw M60s, we saw the Lewis gun. I was waiting, bring in the sledgehammer, bring in the spear. Spear, I've still not seen people, the heavies start dancing with the spear when they go for the right click. So I want to kind of see if that happens here. Maybe not yet, maybe in the main event itself or in the LCQ. But I thank Hades for bringing in the sledgehammer. You could see what it could do.
Yeah, I really do feel like players are just kind of hiding their trump cards for the main event, specifically for the teams who think like, yes, we will make it to main event. Because at the first split one, I don't think we have seen a lot more. Like in the very starting rounds, we didn't see use of dematerializer a lot. In split one final day, we saw a lot more usage of the dematerializers and the way it was supposed to be used, the day it was used. In split 2, we are seeing some different kind of approach from the team, some more steady gameplay, some steady strategies, not rushing all in as soon as timer is getting started. They are taking the entire round time to go and start the decryption. They then play it around that area. So a lot of things are changing with time, and I really believe before we head on to the main event first matches, there will be a lot more differences in that games as well.
Let's give a quick update to our viewers. They're wondering why are these guys still blabbering and not giving us an update of the game. We are going to be re-hosting, and that's the reason the lobby is being remade. And until then, we are just making sure that you guys know all about it, of what's happening. And yeah, now that you know so much information, I want to see you guys start playing the finals in such levels, because I think we had 32 teams when we had split 1, same number in split 2, and now we just have top 8. From here, 4 of the teams are going to be battling in the LCQ. Now, if you're wondering what is LCQ, if you're just joining in the stream, it's going to be the last chance qualifiers to be in the main event itself. So, for them, there is one single day that they'll be fighting on, and that single day is going to be August the 14th. Make sure you tune in then, and that's the reason we've been telling you. Hit the subscribe. Follow us on our socials. That's when you'll get the update of the upcoming tournaments, because next weekend, the same Sunday that you are right now, and on the 18th, this whole shenanigan of the finals community cup of $10,000 will be going to these top 8 teams that we have so far, with the inclusion of both Split 1 and Split 2. I'm not yet eliminating anybody because top 6 is going to happen and 2 teams are going to get eliminated without anything, Necros. So the stakes are high, but it's going to get higher when we see the next iteration of the tournament coming in from the final. So make sure you keep the grind on. And this is not just for viewers here, I would say for everybody, because there were community cups being held by people themselves abroad. So I do want to see a lot more, not just here, in everywhere around the world. But with the rehost, the players are ready, we are ready, and this time it's going to be the residents and church at the cathedral. Yesterday, you and Raider saw a lot of destruction, Necros. What do you expect today?
After seeing the first map of Skyway, the way Hades was destroying the buildings, I think the church... I don't know, man. Probably it would be demolished into pieces or something like that. I do expect things, but talking about this moment, even Helldivers, they also did some similar stuffs previous day. So both of the teams, when they are up for demolition or these kind of destroying the real estate, I don't know. I want to see those terrains getting changed completely.
Chem, we spoke about this. His change, BT. He is gonna get him, and he's just one more bullet away. I saw a heavy. I'm not too sure which heavy it was. It was a quick glimpse. But for now, Helldivers, their church terminal is being attacked. That was shotgun hit coming in. Pashud not just drops the terminal, but an opponent as well, now trying to survive. Glitch trap has been hitting him, and I think he was the one to fall from the side of Havoc. But not just him, another make it 3 disappear as they fight for the cathedral. Winchclaw Hades trying to change the game. I think he successfully did. This is why I said this is a demolition weapon, not just of the environment, but even the players. But he was only able to find one. Now it's all up to Ghostly Boy. 1v2 situation, jumps all across, tries his best, but the opponent's AK proves superior. And with that, it is gonna be first round for our defenders, Helldivers.
Helldivers starts off pretty well, and that's where they wanted to start themselves in this match, because they wanted to get some lead and again bring back the momentum of what they were being doing throughout this entire split 2 in the previous matches, even like let it be the quarterfinals, let it be the semi-finals as well. They want to bring back that gameplay of themselves, but again, this was just the first round, Lucifer. Like, things can just change in the blink of an eye.
Anything can. The first attack was ruined once they destroyed the terminal point, and then they realized, oh, they've made a big blunder. I'm pretty sure this time they'll not try to do that. They've understood how Helldivers play. They put up traps and they stand on the trap or around the terminal itself. So if they try to destroy the environment, bring the terminal down, everybody will be caught. Winchclaw, the distance was a little too low. Otherwise, Hades would have grabbed one and also eliminated him. Had an RPG, but he's not yet using it. Wants to jump across the roof, gets closer to the terminal, but only ends up going into the window. It was also the opponent who jumped across the other roof. The fight is still a 5v5. Both the teams have just managed to exchange bullets, not damage yet.
Interesting position for both of the teams, but trying to just shift the terminal as much as possible. Look at Hades. I mean, we were thinking of something similar, but right now the decryption has been started. Traps and the setups would be laid for sure. Helldivers. Now, when they close up, I really want to see how they can just outperform all the players of Havoc, because now again he will be coming up as a unit. Just stop this decryption from happening. But all the players inside of Havoc, they will be ready.
Waiting for an opportunity, but the terminal goes even more deeper. But in the meantime, they find one elimination, but quickly gets straight out. Back to a 4v4 situation. Maul spraying them down with the M60, tries to climb up, but gets eliminated, and more of them are just getting put off. With that, it comes down to one last player surviving against the 2 of the attackers of Havoc.
Oh, the shots are being fired, but the final player gets taken down. Havoc, they equalize, they rationalize the score for now. And at least what they wanted, they've got it. I am quite sure about it, because on defensive, how we have seen that, yes, Helldivers, they benefited from a longer period of time. The defensive half is always very promising for them. But when it came down to the attacking part, Havoc have reigned supreme against them in the previous map, and this can again reciprocate here as well. First round, one round that Havoc wanted for themselves being on the attacking side, as they've already got it. But can they bag another one? That's again a bonus.
1 for 1. HM has not found much success with his sniper. Let's see if he does this time. He does have glitch nades. And all of the defenders of Helldivers are playing on the roof. This is going to be the last round of the first half. BT, he knows if he goes into the roof, he will be able to spot a lot more. He spots an opportunity but misses. That gives away his position. They know one of them is on the roof. Oh, then they chase him. A player climbs up on the same roof as him, and it's going to be a fight of the lights, and it is BT to win, and this is what I've been talking about. BT has been winning the light fights.
Oh, look at this. Decryption has also been started. Havoc again in the driver's seat. Helldivers, they might be losing, or maybe they might be in a disadvantageous position in terms of numbers, but it seems like Havoc are all prepared. You can see the HP of Max. He's barely surviving out there. Hades also drops down. Pashu gets taken down. But Hades says both of the players might be taken down. He barely survives with Max. He's trying to pull off something good for his side. 4v2 situation, but Max is the only survivor, taking all responsibility on his shoulder, but the decryption will not be interrupted as Havoc takes away the lead from the hands of Helldivers.
It's getting trouble season here for Helldivers because they've already lost one map. That's going to be a flawless win coming through on Skyway Stadium, and now on the lead it is Havoc to close on the first half. Second half they're going to go into the defenders, the more comfortable spot of the both, and it's going to be better for them. And this Helldivers also know if they are unable to pull it off, it's going to get difficult. More worse are the terminal points that have spawned right as of now. Underpass and construction. We've seen how people play around construction. Put everything and put it at the lowest of the grounds and open up all the above spaces. You can see what Hades is doing. He's deconstructing the construction. And on the other end, underpass. This is a very confined zone. It is not easy to hold off, and motion sensors coming in from Pashu. He is ready to destroy the buildings close by. Motion sensor towards the construction as well, letting him know in case they get closer to the A terminal. Now this is do or die. Helldivers should prevent 3 for Havoc.
But is it gonna be possible? Because the way Havoc, they have prepared everything from their end. I'm really scared of the entire setup that they have made. Helldivers, if they want to breach through all of these stuffs, they have to get the frags. They have to get at least 2 people.
Look at that construction site! The whole of it has been wrecked. How do the attackers even get into it? There's literally no place where they can even squeeze themselves, and they're forced to go to the underpass.
That's where Havoc, they are waiting. Look at this position. BT, he has already spotted. One of the players have been taken down as well. Lucifer, this is the start that Havoc wanted. They're already on the way for the third one.
Hades is not the civil engineer you would want to hire if you're constructing something. That man is a demolition derby, man. He will destroy everything in his sight. And now BT also trying to do the same. They've already lost one on the Helldivers, and the attack is already looking weak. They've got the key, but they're not still finding the opportunity because there are flames. Finally, they find an opportunity to equalize the numbers, but the retaliation. Havoc do not want to give Helldivers even a chance to get the key in.
Oh, look at this. He just try to even get closer. There are so many traps. The gas mine explodes.
Gas mine.
This is what I was concerned. All the setups were made on this underpass because they knew that they are going to come for it. But bringing out a 3v3, now it's a doable situation for Helldivers.
Yeah, this is doable, but there are nades in the mesh. They're trying to block the damage. Decryption gets started, but can they withhold themselves from elimination? It is down to the last player, Maul. He's the heavy, uses the charge and slam to try and run away. Unsuccessful of an attempt. Gets caught from one of the gadgets, I think, and with that, it's a done deal. And Havoc, they know they cannot just enter because there was a Guardian turret. Will eventually destroy and get to the terminal. And along with that, see round 3. With this, they get to match series point. And this is trouble for the side of Helldivers.
Yeah. The series is just going away from their hands. They can't just do anything at this moment because when you just look down, they tried almost everything, but little did they expect that Havoc would be wrecking the entire terminal site like that. Well, even we didn't expect, to be very honest, but
Yeah,
this is the series point where things can be finalized.
there is no level land in the construction site now. Let's see this last round. For Havoc, they would want to close it here. Helldivers would want to push it further as much as possible. BT has spotted them. Finds the first, not the elimination yet. Good damage. And with that, even the cue of where they're heading into.
Once I really thought that this time another building is gonna get deconstructed, but shots still being fired. Max is barely surviving. One more shot, so one good connection can just get that first breakthrough. And BT was on it, but he gets too much damage all on his own, and he barely survives on 16.
Yeah. Somehow makes it out alive. Pashu using all the goo canisters around, and again look at this, the hut's destroyed. There's nothing in the hut left. These guys are a menace. What do you expect? And look at them, they're dragging both the terminals
God.
next to each other.
My God.
You
No
know,
way.
when we were kids, you get a string toy that you can carry around, a dog or a horse that your parents buy. That's how they're dragging the terminal around in a game.
Oh, look at
This
the
is a
RPGs
child's
even
play.
ready.
He grabs the other terminal as well.
What in the world is happening? I'm really not certain about it, but oh my God, that's a big game that the Havoc they are playing. Bring it down to a 5v4. Again, the reciprocation is happening. Trades from both the end. BT trying to just turn around the tides, maybe just changing his position, trying to find out some unorthodox position for himself to grab some extra frags. But Helldivers, how are they gonna start the decryption right now?
Havoc just were about to lose players, but they immediately equalize the numbers. They're stuck between two terminals, our attackers, Helldivers. Havoc are also stuck, but the RPG coming in from Hades and a quick exchange. Defenders end up eliminating all the attackers, and Havoc, they are going to be a split 2 winners and the first seed for the main event of the Finals Community Cup from Split 2.
What a great match it was, and Havoc literally wreaked havoc on all the players of Helldivers, and little did they expect that the finals, even after dominating so many matches in Split 2, the finals will turn out to be in this way. Helldivers, they did try hard, but there is always a scope of learning, and I really believe before just having the first match in the main event, they will be learning a lot from these matches, and they will be prepping themselves in that manner.
Yeah, I think here Havoc were just too powerful, confident, knew what they had to do, and I think once that sledgehammer was pulled out and the winch claw, these are some, I would say, highlights or clips that I've seen being viral on YouTube, people playing it around, showing and teaching people. But I was just waiting, as I said, the sledgehammer, I was just waiting to see if these things will be put in the game. Somebody would try to replicate the same thing, and finally end up seeing Pashu, and on one end Hades doing it. It's just too good. At this point, I think we were talking a lot about the environment being used. Finally we end up seeing a team who uses it all. IND go right in firepower heavy, like literally face to face, fight fire with fire is what IND does. And here what these guys do is just decide to play with the environment, fight with everybody, and take control of everything. They make this game and the opponents seem powerless. Hades is your MVP of this last matchup. 9 eliminations, no assists, nothing to be worried about, but 4,461 combat score. The last 2 finishes also were taken by none other than Havoc's Hades. First an RPG, then a charge and slam necros right to the opponent.
You know what? I'm not even surprised that he doesn't have any assists. Was busy demolishing buildings. What do you expect from him? I mean, he's supposed to be the top fragger. Hades took it personally that, hey guys, enough of assisting on those eliminations. Let me go up front and let me show you how to play the heavy build.
Yeah. I mean, his charge with that sledgehammer, lovely play coming through. I just hope maybe he hears me out. Next time brings in the spear as well. He's going to pierce through the opponents. This time he was, whack-a-mole game. You would have played it in arcades and all. It looks similar. He spotted a player. He would try to whack them, but he would whack buildings. That's what Hades did. Ghostly Boy coming with 6, Killua with 3, B2E with 2 eliminations, Pashu with 1, and Pashu didn't have to do or look for eliminations. All he had to do was drag terminals around, chain them, and take it in his favor. So I do not even think that the combat score or the elimination justifies for the efforts that he was putting in for that game.
Overall, a great match to witness as an audience, as a player of the finals. You get to see a match like this, you enjoy it. Let be on the caster desk panel or let be just as a viewer, Lucifer. You do enjoy these kind of matches when you see some team dominating like hell out there.
Now, let's give a big congratulations for our top 2. Split 2 qualified for the main event, Havoc and Helldivers. Qualified for the LCQ, Eternal Fate and Lethal Force. Congratulations. I think except for Helldivers, I will recheck in terms of the team names. Except for Helldivers, everybody else are playing here in the Finals Community Cup Split 2 for the second time, and these 3 teams have made it. 2 of them have made it to the LCQ, 1 have made it to the main event itself. That's going to be Havoc. It's going to be interesting. The lineup change that Havoc made has finally succeeded for them to step in to the main event.
Yeah, already a great one for sure. And both the teams will be prepping themselves in the manner to be the best team out there in the main event, because hey, there are worst generation. There is Team IND. They have showcased some pure domination in their own matches when it came down to the Split 1. And now these 2 teams from Split 2, they're moving forward in the main event. So they do have made that reputation for themselves that both those 2 teams were the first and second, and Split 1, we are the first and second on this Split 2. So we have to even eventually put the same competition against them. And I really believe that way Havoc has played, the direct competition that they have is definitely Team IND.
I was just checking, I couldn't find any much data about Helldivers playing in the Split 1. So this was their first Split 2 appearance coming through for the Finals Community Cup. And yeah, they've done good. I think, as we said, they are the dark horses. They've justified. I think even though it looked like in the first map, close to a washout, they were unable to hold themselves off. Second map at least looked a little bit of a fight coming against the forces, but you could see Havoc were clearly established in what they wanted to do in terms of their strategy, in terms of their thought process. Both the sides of the heavies were inclined really well, Necros. But this does bring us to the end of Split 2 with our top 4 teams. Now we have our top 8, but to the main event only 6 qualify, meaning in LCQ, which is going to happen on the 14th of August. Make sure you follow our socials, hit the bell icon here on the stream, and you join us then as well to know who are the next 2 joining in the main event. Until then, it's going to be me, Lucifer, and Necros. With us was Raider, signing off of Split 2. See you in the next week.